Facebook's ruining everything. Okay, I'm live on Twitch. That's good. Give me one. There we go. Okay, live on Twitch. Give me one more second to make sure I've got this. There we go. Here's my live on YouTube. I have no idea what all those other lives are that look like it almost started but didn't. That was probably me trying to start a live. Sorry. Okay. Yes. Sorry, I've had such a day. I've been trying to find. If you guys know, on Monday I was attacked by a dog while running, and I have had like the craziest 3 days trying to take care of myself. I've been trying to contact them. I'm trying to like check on the status because I was supposed to get a call from animal control and like all of that stuff, and I haven't. I'm supposed to figure out if the dog has had rabies shots, and like the police can't get in touch with the owner of the dog. It's just been a nightmare. And then my router was completely messed up. So I don't like literally I thought the internet in like the whole neighborhood was down. I went next door because I was just gonna ask my neighbor if I could use his internet. And he's like, no, my internet's down too. And then finally whatever happened just resolved. Like we have like an internet monopoly. There's not that many internet services you can even use in downtown Phoenix that are good. We pretty much all have Cox Communications. But if you know, we're all being robbed together by Cox. It's a nightmare. So I apologize for being a little bit late. That and I'm just following so many just devastating pieces of news. I mean, I'll report more on like what's going on in real time. But yeah, I just saw, I mean, there's a press conference going on right now in the White House. Not one word that comes out of the mouths of conservatives is true anymore. I mean, it used to be like what? Like 50% of what they were saying was like, or there would be like a kernel of truth. I don't, we can't even count on that anymore from them. Like they are in full on pathological lying mode. And then the cherry on top of all of this is Cash Patel was just made. If you somehow are living under a rock and haven't heard the most disgusting of all the news, our FBI director is now Cash Patel. Yeah, sorry I missed yesterday. I got bit by a dog and I have a lot of things I had to do to take care of myself for that at doctor's appointments and trying to contact animal control to like make sure that dog is okay. It's just been a lot of stuff. So thank you so much. But okay, we are live. We're live on Twitch, live on YouTube. I'm still trying to figure out like why I'm having trouble pushing my lives from Streamlabs to Facebook. I have tickets in with Streamlabs and Facebook, so hopefully soon, because I've met the requirements to push my lives to Facebook, because I think leading up to the midterms, it'll be a great idea to have more like or access to like, those people on Facebook. We'll see how it goes. But as of now, I'm having technical difficulties, so I am not sure. Every time I try to start a live and I'm pushing it to Facebook, though, like it just stops. Streamlabs stops working and it gives me an error message. So we'll see how that goes in the future. But thank you guys so much for your support. I'm trying to get more subscriptions. I do this, based on you all supporting me. I definitely don't make enough money to pay my bills, and I'm sort of worried about that. If you can subscribe, please subscribe. I think I'm trying. My goal is to get to. Oh yeah, It's up here. I didn't even notice that. 200 subscriptions. We used to have 650. So if you can subscribe, please do. Or as usual, please support me through Cash App and Venmo. I will read those messages as the live goes on. Let's all just tap the screen as well. Let's get to 50K as fast as possible. I don't know. I've noticed some really strange things going on with TikTok lives lately. I don't know. But it seems like when I start the lives, it used to be like we'd get people in immediately, and then it was almost like we were invisible to the algorithm after that. And now I've noticed in the last 2 weeks, it seems to be the opposite. Like people sort of trickle in. I'm not sure, but let's all share the live with 5 people. And when I say share the live, either there's an arrow button, that looks like it's going to the right. If you don't have anyone to share it with, just push that arrow button and push the copy link button. That counts as a share. Do your heart me's. If we get a poll going, do that. Any way we can this is that join my team thing that appears up above my head. Those are the heart me's I'm talking about. Please do those. Any way you could interact with the live, tapping the screen is definitely free. Please do that. Thank you for subscribing, one of a kind. One of a kind, Ravi. Okay. I always get like one letter off and I want to read those completely wrong. And again, there's so much going on in the news today. So I am going to skip around a little bit for our sanity, and I'm going to show things, but then also try to include some encouraging things so we don't lose our minds, because today is the kind of news, or this week's news, where you could sorry. I don't know why that always, oops, oh my gosh. I don't know why that always has to happen, where you could just lose hope. So in the spirit of trying to do that, I'm going to try to change the order around a bit so it's not like just negative thing after negative thing after negative thing. But initially there's going to be some of that. The good news is Jasmine Crockett has been doing a ton of media, and I love it. I absolutely love it. So I think I'm going to start. Hold on. Let me just make an executive decision here on where to start. More sophisticated now than computers. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna start. I love Brian Schatz. Okay, I think I'll start here, and we'll go up a little bit, and then this will cover Kash Patel, Cash Patel, as he wants to be called. Thank you for subscribing, Caffeine. Thank you so much. Definitely want as many subscriptions as possible. You can subscribe on Twitch, on TikTok, they're called memberships on YouTube. I'm still learning. All the things I said I was going to study this weekend, I didn't get to because I was very sick and needed sleep. So let's get into it. I love Senator Brian Schatz, and I called this section I made "Trump's Robbing Us," which I don't know how else to take it. I debated on Monday, if you missed it, for President's Day with Pickles. And that replay is available on YouTube. It's the President's Day debates. And every time I debate with MAGA, I just learn some valuable lessons, which is, first of all, if you are loudly in support of Donald Trump, that is an admission that you have no idea what's going on. You also don't know how to do math. You do none of your own research, right? You just hear people say things in right-wing media and you just repeat them. Truly, that's what I know about you. Just by you coming to debate on TikTok against Donald Trump, it's an admission that you are an idiot. I mean, basic Google searches or even AI. AI will do the work for you. Elon Musk's own AI that he has on X can explain to you that none of this stuff is true. I mean, that's where we're at. I don't know why people are still debating on TikTok other than it's super easy. There's no reason. Just by showing up, it's literally, I think, and I liked the two main debates I had. It was nice. I think it was a 23-year-old kid, which you probably wouldn't like him, but I think his name was Jacob. He's 23, and he's just like, I voted for Trump because, I mean, he's one of the people that thinks whoever's sitting in the office is to blame for everything for that time period. So instead he's blaming Biden for Trump adding to the deficit, but just saying, I didn't like what happened basically during the pandemic, so now I'm voting for Trump and I'm just going to see what's going to happen. Not an idiot. PACs under construction. I agree. I see someone in the comments just said, I see no utility in debate. I prefer conversation to be ensemble, but not competition. Yeah, I mean, there's no point in debate when the point is to essentially come up with like lines of logic that are inaccurate. But yeah, I mean, this is basically, it's amazing to me, like how you could not know. But yeah, let's get into it, because I think what's most concerning to me is what this kid was saying over and over was, hey, not to sound selfish, but I want a president that does something for me. He's like, I'm a middle class average guy. So that Biden did nothing for him. Like this idea that people have young children, and I don't mean that disrespectfully, but when I was 23, I was a child. I didn't know what was going on. I mean, but to not understand that if you are an average middle class person, that the Conservative Party has done nothing from you except for rob you. Huge transfers of wealth since Reagan that go straight to the top. I mean, the only thing they've ever done for you is to rob you. Sorry, let me start this clip.
Office, and then just remove your frontal lobe and do whatever this man thinks. The only thing that Republicans are focused on right now, immediately, urgently, is cutting taxes for billionaires. People are dying because of the flu and the bird flu. Let's cut taxes for billionaires. Airplanes are falling out of the sky. Let's cut taxes for billionaires. People are losing their homes in wildfires in Los Angeles and floods in Kentucky. Let's cut taxes for billionaires. Families can't afford their health care or housing no matter how hard they work. Let's cut taxes for billionaires. Kids are falling behind in school with a third of eighth graders lacking basic reading skills. Let's cut taxes for billionaires. Trump is illegally cutting funding for pediatric cancer research and disease prevention. Let's cut taxes for billionaires. Thousands of National Park Service workers fired. I know what we should do. Why don't we shovel a bunch of money to a bunch of billionaires? Millions of people are on the verge of starvation, disease, and death because Trump suddenly and illegally suspended one of our primary arms of foreign policy, U.S. aid. What is their solution? Not to exert any pressure on the State Department or the OMB or the president himself. Let's cut taxes for billionaires. Anything and everything comes down to this. Why? Because it's the main thing they think about. It doesn't matter how much harm comes to your hospitals or your schools or your roads or the 1/3 of federal workers who are veterans. The solution always is to cut taxes for billionaires. Why would you run for office?
Someone asked me who this is. This is Senator Brian Schatz, right? I'm getting that right, correct? I have my where did my outlook go? Hold on. I need to pull up I just realized I have yesterday's outline up. It is. Sorry, I'm just finding where I start. I started in the middle of the outline. Let me just find it. And again, all of this outline will be in the live sources section today with all of these clips. But God, today I did a really bad job on this outline, like of getting all it in order and stuff, because I had to do this so fast. Sorry, I'm trying to find where this is. Oh, it's pronounced Shots. Have I been saying it wrong this whole time? Thank you, Lisa. Is it pronounced Shots? Shots. And that is who he's from Hawaii, you say? Yes, because he was in, is it Shots? Shots. But spelled like, it's like Schatz. Yeah, okay. Sorry. Thank you. I always love to be corrected on pronunciation because it looks like Shats, but I just learned right now that's not. Thank you. And please keep those coming. It only took us like so long to finally determine, by the way, that ongoing debate about Robert Reich. It is Reich. It's not, even though I found that article that said it's Reich. And I was like, see, and I put that up. I can't remember. Sorry that I'm not remembering who it was, but someone in the Discord actually found a clip of Robert Reich saying his own name. Like he was on a podcast and he was asked to say his own name. It is Reich, like a sh, not a ch. And if you don't remember we used to call him Robert. It's spelled like Reich, Reich, but I know we're like accusing Robert of not knowing how to pronounce his own name. I just thought I'd clarify as long as we're getting the pronunciations right. It is Reich. And so cool, by the way. I'm in all of these like action networks for like people who want to locally take action in protests and stuff. And I'm now getting like PBS and NPR are now like sending out messages from Robert Reich in real time. Like he's like, and he says like, I'm the former labor secretary, and he's like organizing local activists to protest and stuff, which I was like, man, see, we've chosen a great cult leader for ourselves because he's now like out here rallying the troops. Yeah, he's on Substack too. Absolutely. I know. I'm like, and I didn't know how cool he was, but I just listened to him talk and I was like, this will be our cult leader. I mean, I'll be the de facto cult leader, but he will worship him as a god. Because he's fabulous. Thank you so much for the $5, Ryan. Rylan, sorry. I don't know why I can't pronounce things. She said, thank you for always bringing the facts. Thank you. And thank you for being here. But again, sorry for all the times to Senator Brian Schatz that I said Schatz. Because apparently I just learned that is incorrect. Oopsies, sorry. I don't know why.
COVID, which had a death.
Now, again, sorry. I think I like these informational videos. Not all. I said that the beginning was going to be uplifting. It's not necessarily uplifting, but knowledge is power. Again, while Trump is continuing to lie 24 hours a day, and we'll go through some of the lies, but I just don't see the point anymore. And like, we could spend 20 hours just me playing clips of Trump lying and then debunking it. And it's like, we'll do some of that, but I can't do all of it. I'm now looking to get federal workers or different testimonials from people to sum it up.
COVID, which had a death toll of more than 1 million Americans, had a fatality rate of less than 1%. Marburg and Ebola have a fatality rate of up to 90%.
That's right.
Donald Trump and Elon Musk chose to shut down USAID at the same time a Marburg outbreak was declared in Africa.
Right. There's also dengue, which is on its way to the United States, an active Ebola outbreak in Uganda, Mpox, polio, and bird flu, which is probably the next pandemic.
I think we know from experience that what happens in a foreign country does not stay in a foreign country.
That's right.
And USAID was on the front lines of fighting violence and poverty and displacement and disease. So USAID is a stabilizing force.
Absolutely. And this is a lot of what's fueling migration to the United States.
The funding for USAID is not only...
So let me just explain that again. So when you have to have these arguments with your family members or random people that couldn't find their way out of a paper bag and have demonstrated that they don't read anything, understand USAID is the carrot, right? The stick is our military, and 99% of the time what is the military budget? $1 trillion? $1 trillion. 1/2 of 1% of the federal budget, 60 billion or something, is USAID money. That's the carrot, right? That's us doing some good around the world in exchange for loyalty. Yeah, it's just under $1 trillion, but I mean, that doesn't include it's just under $1 trillion, but it's near $1 trillion. Anywho, that does not include, this is the carrot. And again, 1/2 of 1%. When you hear Trump acting like this is a victory, it's not. You know who it's a victory for? Trump's new loyalty, or who Trump's now loyal to. It's it's a victory for Russia and it's a victory for China, right? Elon Musk has to be loyal to China. That's where all his factories are. This is a favor to Xi Jinping and Putin. If we're not providing U.S. aid around the world, which again is 0.5% of the federal budget, who is? And I played a video a couple weeks. I think it was a couple weeks ago of when Trump was attacking Colombia's president, China moving in and saying, "Hey, we got you guys. Don't worry. You don't need the United States anymore. I'm here." Like the ambassador to China, immediate response was like, "Don't worry. Whatever you need, we've got you." This is how dumb Trump is. Trump is essentially pushing people into the arms of our enemies in real time.
Country.
That's right.
And USAID was on the front lines of fighting violence and poverty and displacement and disease. So USAID.
Oh yeah, sorry. I just want how I was tying this into a bow. So understand, whether it's Colombia, whether it's African countries, when we fight disease and poverty, again, that's the carrot. When we do favors, Africa, or it benefits us. We've seen how diseases spread. We saw what happened with COVID. It's a benefit to us, but also then we are encouraging people to stay in their countries, right? Please understand everything Trump is doing. Every time we affect third world countries' economies, what we are encouraging is mass migration to Europe, mass migration to the United States, mass migration, right? When we fight poverty, right, the number one driver of crime is poverty. When crime rises in these countries, when people are no longer safe, mass migration occurs. So that's the other point that I can't stand, that people don't understand. The root causes of migration to the southern border is economic unrest that we've created. So this was just one small, tiny way we were fighting poverty, fighting disease, that would allow people to have upward mobility in their own countries. That's gone. Now we'll see more mass migration.
It's a stabilizing force.
Absolutely. And this is a lot of Al-Qaeda, Boko Haram, the Houthis in Yemen, terrorist groups have a much easier time to move in and offer something to young people who don't have any other options. And it's going to cost the U.S. taxpayer so much money because of the way in which this was done. The grain is rotting in the ports and on the ships, and the medications are in warehouses going bad. This is not up to the people that have taken this away.
Congress has the power of the purse.
Congress has the power of the purse.
And Elon Musk cannot undo what Congress has done.
That's right.
That's if we're a democracy.
That's correct.
That's if we're a democracy. That's correct. And if you don't know who that is that's interviewing her, that's Richie Torres, he's a representative. Oh, I can't remember his district, but from New York, he basically represents the Bronx. If you don't know, he's great. Oh, and Jasmine Crockett. So they have created, if you're wondering like the ways in which Congress is trying to fight the constant misinformation and disinformation faster, right? One of the ways they are doing that is this Democratic Rapid Response Team in the House, which Jasmine Crockett is a part of, which I love. So if you're wondering like why she's always going live now, and like she's always in the she's in the media. I mean, she was in the media a lot before. She's in the media like 3 times as much as she was before, because she's a part of this. And she recently did a live and was answering a question. I was like, this is exactly what I was thinking about.
Hey y'all, so it's Rep Crockett and I am a part of your rapid response team from the House.
Can we tap the screen while we play this clip, please? Let's get to 100K. Tap, 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 tap. Please subscribe if you can on TikTok, on Twitch, or on YouTube. I appreciate you guys so much, but let's tap while we watch the clips as hard as we can.
I know a lot of you probably have questions about the decision that came down from Judge Tanya Chutkan as it relates to reining Elon in. I don't know if y'all had a chance to keep up with what was going on, but let me get y'all up to speed. So first, the lawsuit was brought by various Democratic attorney generals throughout this country, and they were suing because they say that the powers that have been exerted by Elon Musk are illegal. Okay, let me just insert this really quickly. I absolutely agree with them. They know what they're talking about. But what happened is the judge said, listen, I've got grave concerns, which I think she's signaling and saying this foolishness that Musk is up to, it must stop. To the extent that the White House and the DOJ are like, oh, Mr. Musk, that Mr. Musk. Oh, yeah. By the way, yeah, he doesn't have any power. Yeah, that's what they're arguing. So.
And we'll get into this later. And I was reading these court documents, but I like how she simplifies this. But yeah, I just want to clarify what she's saying. One of the lawsuits that is being brought by these blue states, the blue attorneys generals that are joining together to sue the government. One of the lawsuits reached Chutkan, if you recognize that name, that is the judge that was overseeing Trump's J6 case that Trump hates. And actually, I mean, yeah. So, anyways, the point being, though, like she heard this lawsuit, and what the White House says publicly and what they're saying in court documents is 100% different. The way they're working around all of this, like the fact that Elon is some weirdo who should have no access to our personal information and stuff. The White House I'll show you the court documents and screenshots later, but they're just saying, oh, yeah, no, he's not in charge of Doge. That's the legal argument being made, that he's not. As a matter of fact, they claim he's not in charge of Doge, and he is just, and I quote, a senior White House advisor. And they are basically insulating Elmo from all liability that has to do with Doge. It is insane.
I don't know who's lying, but somebody lying. And I hope it's not these lawyers under oath, because one thing that Donald Trump doesn't control is actually these bars that give us our licenses, okay? So in short, the Trump administration basically says that Elon Musk is nothing more than a glorified pool boy. Just a little errand boy who's out there to, I don't know. Really, it just seems like they just like to play at Mar-a-Lago or play wherever they play together. I don't know. They always together because, Elon. Anyway, that's all the issue. The reason that I believe the attorney generals were having a hard time meeting the standard as laid out under the law, where they could say that there was imminent and irreparable harm that we were about to face, is this idea of we don't really know what they're doing. Because Elon still ain't came in to see us, right? He ain't came in for no oversight, right? And when we went to go see what they were up to, remember, every building we've gone to, they have somehow decided that we were going to be locked out. Now, that don't sound strange. I mean, if you over here and you doing everything to help the people, then why won't you let the people that actually oversee all of this, why don't you want to let us in? I personally believe that ultimately, if they continue down this road, that they are going to lose in this particular court. But as of right now, because they just all over the place and nobody knows what Elon is up to or not up to, because they talking out of both sides of their mouths, so that we can...
Yeah, that is... So if you're... which I totally agree, but I was like, if I gave that, at least she's a lawyer. So when she says it, it makes me realize like, oh no, you are spot on. I read these court documents. So basically Chutkan denied like an emergency restraining order, but in the court document, she basically says like she fears that every single thing Elon Musk is doing and Doge is in fact unconstitutional, but exactly what Jasmine is saying. Like, they're not providing the information. Like, she asked for all this information. They're essentially not giving it to her. So I agree too. If this continues, if Chutkin keeps hearing this case and demands this information and they keep refusing, they will start losing. Right. But that's just, I mean, right now they're just being very vague. They're saying one thing publicly, which Rod Filipkowski called it, right? Like, Trump, what of his public appearance yesterday, in case you missed the absolute shit show, the one place Trump showed up to speak was at a Saudi investment conference in Miami. Nothing weird there. Thank you for the gift. I love it. I have the emotional maturity of an 8-year-old. Nothing weird about the only place Trump shows up is a Saudi investment conference. I don't know what could go wrong. But she basically is like, I don't have all the information now, but I suspect that this is illegal, essentially, which glad we have Jasmine to explain it. And okay, I'm just going to say trigger warning. You're going to ask yourself several times while you're here if you haven't heard about this. Sorry, I just need to take a deep breath because I promised myself I'm not crying today. Yeah, and I just want you to understand, like, when they say flood the zone with shit, this is the type of stuff they're trying to cover up. These are the things they don't want anyone. See, I've never seen this before. Thank you for the bow. I saw it. That was the first time I ever saw that gift today. Yeah, they don't want this stuff to be reported on. Though before we hear this, I just want to like call everyone's attention to like the family separation policy and how horrified we're about the horrific stories coming out about that. This is an 11-year-old girl who, thank you for the bow. They look like Minnie Mouse. This is an 11-year-old girl who unalived herself because she was being bullied with threats of her parents being deported. And again, this is Brian Baez. We went through this whole thing. If you want to follow him, I'm putting it in the comments now before people start asking. It's at Mentally Divine on TikTok. I just put it in the comments. His name is Brian BrianBaez Baez. So don't ask me. I just told you.
Devastating news out of Texas. An 11-year-old girl named Jocelyn Rojo Carranza just took her own life because she was being bullied about her family's immigration status. According to her mother, the students bullying her said they were gonna call immigration so that they can take her parents away and she'd be left all alone. Now let me be very clear, kids aren't born hateful. They learn this shit at home. But this is what happens when the supposed adults are in the MAGA cult, tricked by white supremacy into dehumanizing people based on differences so that you're distracted from the bigger picture. That we're all fucking economically exploited by the wealthy elites. That shit seeps into how they view the world, engage with people, and yes, even raise their children. Mind you, all this shit comes at a time when the White House is literally tweeting ASMR videos of undocumented immigrants being put into chains and hauled into planes to be deported. When on Valentine's Day, the White House is trolling the entire country, posting memes saying, "Roses are red, violets are blue, come here illegally, we'll deport you." They're such punk ass bitches, they have to do their dirty work emboldening dehumanization, bullying, harassment, and assault of people by playing it off as unserious, so that when they're called out, they can play victim or say that you're overreacting. And instead of addressing this shit head on, where the fuck is the fat ass bitch in chief? Oh yeah, spending millions of taxpayer dollars at Mar-a-Lago, distracting the media by tweeting "All hail the king," so the media debates and rage baits that for clicks and views for the 24-hour news cycle. Bitch, fuck the mainstream media. Say her name, Jocelyn Rojo Carranza.
Yeah, and if you want to look this up, let me see. Yeah, this is from Democracy Now, but yeah, the CNN article is the one he was referencing. Like, you can just type in 11-year-old girl in Texas died by, intentional unaliving after she was bullied about her family's immigration status, her mother says. And just to give some backstory on this, because, yeah, it actually happened on February 8th, 5 days after her mother found her unresponsive, right? Like she was on life support in their home in Gainesville, Texas. The funeral took place yesterday morning. That's why it was getting more coverage yesterday. And if you know Catholics or, religious Hispanic people, I'm not surprised like this. She was saying, all week I've been waiting for a miracle, waiting for my daughter to get better. Her mother, Marbella, beautiful sea, if you know what Marbella means, Carranza, told CNN. But unfortunately, there was nothing that could be done. Jocelyn was bullied and taunted at her school over her family's immigration status, Carranza told CNN Wednesday. If anyone's wondering which school in Texas, it's Gainesville Intermediate School. I don't know, if anyone has any familiarity with that. I would say look it up. Keep tapping the screen. Let's get to 100K as fast as possible. I know, Chad. I completely agree. It's so terrible and so sad. That's why we have to call this out. Find an article about it, repost it on your own TikTok. That's why I want to. These are the things we cannot allow them to brush over. This is what you're doing. And as a former teacher, right, and elementary school teacher, I taught second grade. You would not believe the things that 7 and 8-year-olds, 9-year-old kids come to school and say. And it's not that I thought as a teacher, when I would hear these horrifically bigoted statements from an 8-year-old, I wasn't like, oh, something's wrong with this kid. I'd say, God, I cannot imagine. I cannot imagine what their parents are talking about in front of them. That's what it is. It's not that we need to blame. It is what they're being exposed to 24 hours a day at home. Here we go. So again, it's called Gainesville Intermediate School. I don't know if that's a charter school, but someone can look into it. They were saying they were going to call immigration so they could take her parents away and she would be left alone. She did, and it says kind of cryptically, she did not address the immigration status of the family in her interview. But cool. That is the coolest thing I've ever seen. I feel like I need that, like a duplicate of that in real life. Carranza told CNN that she had spoken to investigators about what led to Jocelyn's unaliving, but there's nothing concrete yet. She had no previous indications that her daughter was being bullied. She said, I never knew anything about that in Spanish on Wednesday. My daughter never showed changes. There was never anything that gave a sign that she was suffering from bullying. Carranza claims her daughter's school was aware of the alleged bullying, but did not tell her. And she only learned her daughter had been receiving counseling at school when investigators told her. So I just want to be clear on that. This is going on. This girl is being so tormented. I don't know if you've ever been in a school, but counseling resources are so limited. So they have her in counseling. As far as I know, in a public school, you cannot put a kid in counseling in school and not notify parents. That's, as far as I know, that's illegal. You would be in a lot of trouble, even in Arizona, where there's basically no laws about anything in our education system sucks. You can't put a kid in counseling and not tell the parents. So this is unbelievably shocking to me that somehow you could have a kid in counseling for being bullied and the parents don't know. She said, quote, I want justice because it's not fair. The school was negligent for not keeping me informed of what was going on with my daughter, she added. An investigation is underway. Gainesville police, again, Gainesville, Texas, not Florida. So I just don't want to get it confused. Gainesville police said in a statement referring to calls, the Gainesville Independent School District Police. That's who they're calling. So it's the Gainesville Independent School District in Texas, which is investigating the bullying allegations. The Gainesville Independent School District did not acknowledge whether it was aware of reports of bullying against Jocelyn. Well, obviously, if they told the mom and she's like, they had her in counseling and I didn't know. Counseling is such an extreme step in school. They said, quote, whenever we receive a report of bullying, We respond swiftly to ensure all students are safe physically and emotionally. While we cannot release any information about specific students or incidents, our schools have several policies in place to combat bullying and resolve conflicts, the district told CNN in a statement. Another school in the district called the incident a serious accident in an email to parents that did not address the bullying allegations. Carranza described the day they found her daughter. When I got home, they were still working on her, trying to revive her. She had been without life for a long time. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so again, if you want to look up this article, I'm just reading from a CNN article called An 11-Year-Old Girl in Texas Died by Intentional Unaliving After She Was Bullied. You know what that word is. I'm just not going to say it because it's not great for YouTube, TikTok, or Twitch. She was bullied about her family's immigration status, her mother says. An 11-year-old child. And any woman in here knows what it was like to be an 11-year-old in school. It's already hard. It's hard enough regardless of immigration status. I think the hardest years of my life were when I was like 11 and 12 in school, and they had nothing. I mean, well, there was some racist bullying, but yeah, I mean, the least of it wasn't about immigration status. I can't even imagine. Poor child. Again, thank you for the $5, Catherine. You're amazing. Thank you for all the knowledge. Thank you for the support. I appreciate you guys so much. Again, the people's receipts, I do it because you guys support me and I'm able to. Thank you so much. I'm trying to get back to 200 monthly subscriptions on TikTok today. If you can support me, I would really, really appreciate it. We used to have 650. I'm trying to build up recurring revenue. But again, support through Cash App and Venmo is much appreciated as well. So, this is a Democracy Now! Article. If you want to, I suggest we all look it up. If you are in Texas and can call your senator, your representative, any local officials, school boards, whoever, I think we should raise absolute hell about this. Oh yeah, kids are so weird. Kids, oh man, junior high for me was a literal nightmare. And oh yeah, I remember why I screenshotted this. It's just her family said she loved playing the French horn, making TikTok videos, and swimming. Like no 11-year-old who's just trying to survive should unalive themselves because Trump is, they're terrified that Trump's going to deport their parents and they feel guilt about it, like that's essentially what we're talking about. An 11-year-old child is no longer on this earth because of Donald Trump. In my opinion, I feel like I should say. Or in her opinion, I mean, or in the school's opinion. That's what they told the mom. And to have a child in counseling and not alert the mother is wild. Thank you, Christine, for subscribing. I appreciate it so, so much. Sorry, I'm trying to follow these. I wish I could figure out how to make this bigger. Oh, I figured it out. Wait, is that going to work? We'll see if this is better or worse. I'm trying to figure out how to tell when people subscribe in TikTok Studio easier. We'll see. We'll try it this way for a little bit. And if it doesn't work, we'll switch back. Okay, and yeah, these are just things that have happened. And listen, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but I have noticed, and I pay money to, well, actually, maybe it's subscribed. This is what happens. Like every other month, I pay for a subscription to X because there's certain features that I need, especially when I'm trying to push live streams there or something. And then I get mad and I unsubscribe. And I have noticed that whenever that month lapses and the days I'm not technically a subscriber, every single person I follow is unfollowed. Like Ro Khanna, I've been following Ro Khanna on X for 3 years. But I'm not. I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but Ro Khanna is literally one of my favorite people in Congress to say I don't. And I noticed this with hundreds of other accounts today because I got angry and unsubscribed again on X. So This is real, you guys. I don't know if you've heard about this. This is one of the latest. And all of this is about making it harder for people to be able to have access to medical care. If they can't access it, then they can't bill it, right? Like, it's not like they can just say, hey, seniors, we're taking Medicare away.
More sophisticated now than
right?
computers.
What they're going to do is make it harder. If you can't get to an appointment, then you can't cost the government money, I guess is the new thing. Basically, Medicare will no longer cover telehealth services as of April 1, 2025. I talk about this all the time. I almost died 4 years ago. I couldn't get out of my bed. Like, I would have needed like an ambulance to take me to the doctor and like deposit me there. And I know a lot of the other people that were having similar illnesses to me, it was like me and elderly people. Like, when your body starts shutting down, you don't have a choice of how you see the doctor. And now they're saying, unless you can only, Medicare will only pay for appointments as of April 1st that are in person. So, you're like, oh, that's no big deal. It's a huge deal to renew medications, just these appointments. Some medications you have to renew every month. Pain medications, you have to have a visit every month. Some are every 3 months. It depends on laws, like controlled substances. That means if you don't have a ride, right? If you're an elderly person who doesn't have a car, sorry, can't renew your medications anymore. This is how they're cutting Medicare. This is how they're cutting Medicaid, right? They come up with all of these restrictions. This is an example of a restriction. And imagine, Trump is the deregulation czar. Trump wants to deregulate trains so trains can crash. Why do we need to check train brakes? Because corporations have paid him to get around regulations, but then he'll regulate old people and how they see their doctor. Your grandmother who's on $65 a day from Social Security, now that will have to include gas money for an Uber to get her to a doctor, because even though we'll deregulate for big oil, we'll deregulate the environment, who cares about environmental regulations? We're going to regulate grandma and how she gets to her Medicare appointments. This is Donald Trump's America. He harasses the poor and helpless and cuts red tape for billionaires and corporations over and over and over. Who bought those subscriptions? Is it political 11 years _pay? Who? I'm trying to figure out who, or was that? Oh, you received who? Christine _dog mom subscribe, but who else? Oh, you send subscriptions, Christine, to people. Thank you so much. Sorry, it's hard for me. If you could see what it looks like in TikTok Studio software, it's very hard sometimes to figure out who is subscribing. So again, call your parents who voted for Trump and let them know they can't do telehealth anymore. Because I'm sure that's what they voted for, was Donald Trump deciding how they can see their doctors to renew their medications. Awful. Oh, and if you don't know what these are, I just want to tell you before you see them, because I have to watch Jasmine Crockett to make myself feel better. She appeared on The View yesterday. So I have 3 clips of Jasmine Crockett on The View yesterday. She was awesome.
We don't have the power to shut the government down.
Well, to refuse to vote for funding bills.
I absolutely support that we should not be voting for this funding bill, because this funding bill is going to gut the things that we care about. And I don't believe that we can enter into good faith negotiations with people that literally could care less about their word. We saw what happened with the continuing resolution that kept the government open until March 14th, because Elon sent out a tweet that changed the trajectory of negotiations that had taken place with duly elected members of the House, the Senate, as well as the president. Okay. So my concern is this guy has decided that after monies were appropriated to literally turn off the spigot of money just at will because he wanted to do it. Who's to say that if we enter into good faith negotiations and we get some of the things that we feel like are good for the American people, that he won't just do what he wants to do and ignore the stuff he doesn't want to do. So I don't think that we should be voting for this. They have a Trump trifecta. Y'all better figure it out. we
Tap the screen. Keep tapping the screen. We're almost to 100K. Benny, thank you for the super chat. Super chatting just because. Thank you for everything, Felice. Love you. Love you, Benny. If you don't know, Benny boy, he created the Discord and many other things. He's a genius and an accountant. Love him. You're the best. I saw this. Vivi Cub just said, I just emailed my feelings to all Republican senators in all states, and I feel amazing. I recommend it. Listen, that is one of the things I do too. Like, I get angry that just contact like every Republican representative in my state. You'd be surprised how therapeutic it is. I totally agree. And then once you have it down, like how you contact them, like when you do it again, it's so much easier. Highly recommend. 10 out of 10 recommend. It's a great way to get.
You want to take it outside?
Mr. Chairman, the committee is not in order.
Order.
Point of order.
Okay, so I'm sure when she said that, she was just off.
Oh, again, this is about Nancy Mace. So I should have said that before the clip played. If you don't remember, this is about, when Nancy Mace asked Jasmine to take it outside and because they were trying to get her to stop saying a slur, the T slur that she was like yelling over and over again, if no one remembers, and has continued to yell constantly. Because Nancy Mace, all she does is sit around and like monitor the bathroom and try to decide like if anyone who shouldn't be in her bathroom is going in the bathroom. So this is back to that hearing where Nancy Mace tried to get Jasmine to take it outside.
If you want to take it outside,
Mr. Chairman, the committee is not in order.
Order.
Point of order.
Okay, so I'm sure when she said that, she was just offering to go for coffee or something. But we understand that you received.
I want to explain that because she's saying that sarcastically because immediately Maxwell Frost, our first Gen Z congressperson, he always backs up Jasmine. He's amazing. He's from Florida. If you don't know, he immediately was trying to like sanction her and say, hey, like she's threatening her with violence. And James Comer, who's the head of the Oversight and Accountability Committee, his response was, well, taking it outside, like they could take a stroll, they could have a cup of coffee. That is literally how he defended what she was doing, was just to say that could mean any number of things. Like, we don't know what take it outside means. In American culture, we know exactly what take it outside means.
Received a very unnerving call after some of this.
I did. Obviously, we get tons of calls from lots of haters all the time, but there was actually someone who works for another sitting member of Congress that called from that congressional office to our office to try to basically say, yeah, I want to put money on this. I want them to go outside. That is completely inappropriate. Yeah. And I don't really care what side of the aisle. It is threatening. And I don't care what side of the aisle you come from, but it should never be okay for a staffer. Okay. Yeah. And it wasn't okay for her either. I do want to point out that we are living in a time in which, people on the outside are following their lead. But instead of Nancy Mace challenging me to go outside to fight, what she should be fighting for is a better economy, especially for those in South Carolina that are about to feel it. Yeah.
Preach, Jasmine. And just to be clear, like if you're in South Carolina, that weirdo is thinking of running for governor. which is an absolute joke. And I talk about this on Tuesdays. If you weren't there on Tuesday, it's amazing. On Tuesdays, I do a show called The Broadcast. It starts a bit earlier at 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Eastern. We have a doctor there. Her name's Danielle. She's absolutely amazing. We call her Dr. Danny. And Potty Mouth Pollyanna, Mandy, if you don't know her, she's a huge creator. She has like 700,000 followers. And we talk about how conservative policy is affecting women. And I was playing clips of how the actual the MAGA right hates Nancy Mace, because that's what Nancy Mace doesn't get. While you're carrying water for the Republicans and you're their like little shield, where when we say, hey, you're misogynist, they can say, no, look, this white lady agrees with us. Like, but in reality, what I was playing were clips of this podcast where they're saying they hate Nancy Mace on the right. These MAGA men on podcasts are like, shut up, Nancy Mace. Shut up, Riley Gaines. We don't care. We don't want you guys, is essentially what they're saying. Like, they were attacking Riley Gaines and they're saying, oh, I guess she's like our representative against trans women in sports, but we don't want women playing sports. We want to abolish Title IX. So we don't even want Riley Gaines. And the same thing happens to Nancy Mace, right? She tries to be like, trans people are I'm being discriminated against by trans people, and then like everyone from the Daily Wire is like, hey lady, you're not getting it. Men are being discriminated against by people like you. They're mad she got into the Citadel because her daddy was like, you know, I don't know if he's a general or whatever he is. He's someone high up at the Citadel. If you ever listen to if you don't know what I'm talking about, Nancy Mace's claim to fame is, I'm the first female to ever graduate from the Citadel. But if you do the research, she got in there because her daddy, you know, is some high-ranking military official that's in charge of admissions. So MAGA's just like, no, you're not getting it, Nancy. The same thing you're accusing trans women of doing is what you are doing to white males. And which is gross. Don't get me wrong. It's gross that they're saying that. But my point is, even if you think like Margaret does or Nancy Mace, that you are on their team and you're all working together, they don't want you. They will never want you. Like, just to be clear, it's sad that we have to remind them.
He right now has a 53%
legacy
approval.
admission. Well,
He
yeah,
right now
no, it's a little deeper than legacy admission with Nancy Mace and her father. I just want to be clear. Like, he works there. It's not just like a legacy admission is like if your parents go there, you automatically get in. It's way more shady than just like legacy. But again, that's really not the point. I just want to be clear. My point is that all of these women who carry water for the Republican Party and for conservatives, meanwhile, they're sitting there shit talking all of you, saying you're taking jobs from them. You're taking spots at the Citadel from them. They don't want you, Nancy. But keep watching the bathrooms, Nancy. Keep it up.
He right now has a 53% approval rating. It's higher than it's ever been. 70% believe that he's fulfilling his promises, and 45% believe Democrats should be more moderate. What do you take away? I think there's a lot to make of those numbers. What's your takeaway from that?
My takeaway is just like the election. We've got to do better at education. People don't understand, but you will understand when those hospitals in rural America start closing down even more. You will understand when you don't have your Social Security. You will understand when your Medicaid, your Medicare goes away. You will understand as planes continue to fall out of the sky. Soon you will understand why it's important to maybe have somebody that isn't loud and ridiculous, and maybe Sleepy Joe is what we wanted because we could at least sleep at night.
Yeah. That's the truth. Amen, child.
Maybe Sleepy Joe was all right because we could at least sleep at night. And I'll say this again, and I will say it loud and proud. If somebody ever takes the position with you, whether in your family or you're debating on like whatever you're doing, and says Joe Biden didn't do anything for America, that is the same thing as that person saying, I'm an idiot I have no idea what I'm talking about, but I'm loudly yelling as if I do. Like, I mean, be glad when you're trying to have a conversation with someone and they start from that point. I mean, that is starting a debate from complete ignorance. Like, it's like, oh, tell me without telling me you have no idea what's going on. Oh, you don't understand how the economy works? Great. Oh, I love this. Okay. So again, I don't know if these are positive videos or not. Again, we just have to laugh so we don't cry, but this man is in charge of a 9/11 association, a program like, and Trump has canceled the funding for 9/11 officers, survivors. I mean, this is real life. I don't even know what to say. And he was on Laura Coates' show like late last night at 11 p.m. And I was just like, I love Laura Coates. She's amazing. Another strong Black woman.
One of the arguments that people have expressed, the argument they've said, is that this is a matter of some of the programs.
If you don't know, 9/11 responders, they have huge lung problems. Like, they were getting cancer and things. They inhaled horrible soot. And like, we had agreed to support them through all their medical problems. Thank you for the galaxy. So cool. Thank you so much. We basically agreed to support them through their medical difficulties. That's what they're talking about. We're now turning our back on 9/11 first responders.
That are targeted are just inefficient and it can be run better. What's your response, given that you know what a lifeline this is?
There is no argument. They have no argument. And if you really want to save money, stop going golfing every day. If you really want to save money, don't go to the Super Bowl. Don't drive your limousine around the racetrack. There you go. I just saved the government a couple $2 billion. Come on. There's no argument. They have no legitimate argument to cut 20% of the staff of those affected by the aftermath of 9/11. Heroes and survivors, those who worked and went to school in Lower Manhattan, and the cops and the firefighters with stage 3, stage 4, or more than one cancer. This is repulsive at its highest. This is disgusting. The fact that I'm having this conversation on a Wednesday night at 11:30 with Laura Coates about what the federal government is about to do to this program, that the pain that it's going to cause. If this isn't make America great again, we're screwed. I mean, Robert Kennedy said, let's make America healthy again. How are you making these men and women healthy again by taking away their ability to get enrolled in a program or to get their illnesses certified? It makes no sense. Somebody explained to me, like a 12-year-old, what they're doing.
John Field, hero, survivor.
So this is a man that survived 9/11, was a first, as I understand it, after looking it up after that, was a first responder, survived 9/11. But yeah, like, this program that supports people, first responders, that have now these horrific lung problems all the way up, COPD, all the way up to cancer. Yeah, if anyone can't hear it, like, I know you can, I'm watching a copy of this and I can hear it, and I can hear it on on YouTube and TikTok. So I would just say swipe in and out, because it might just be, and try that first. If it ever seems like something's going wrong, TikTok tells me if it's my internet connection. So just swipe in and out. Yeah. Yeah. No, I know. I know it's fine. I know, because I'm watching like 3 versions of this on different platforms. But I'm just giving the advice. If for some reason your audio just cuts out suddenly, just try swiping out and coming back in. Like, that would be the first. Yeah, no, I know everything's fine. I'm just saying, if anyone has a problem, I'm just giving that advice. T, thank you for subscribing, by the way. Thank you. We're trying to get to 200 subscriptions on TikTok. I'm trying to build back up slowly. We used to have 650 subscriptions. If you can subscribe, please do. Or, as always, support me through Cash App and Venmo, or gift. Thank you so much for all the adorable bows as well. Sorry, I'm just checking something. Yeah, okay, I just did a check. My internet connection is strong. And if it is me, I will endeavor to change it. Yeah, I'm not sure, but I would always just try switching, just go out of the live real quick, come back in, and sometimes that will help with the problems. Water tastes good sometimes. Oh, fish trucker. Hi. Missed you. Thank you, Jen. I saw you come in too. Thank you. I love these butterflies, by the way. I need to find that gift and use that sometimes. So again, this is a 9/11 first responder. This 9/11 program helps first responders who now have like devastating lung issues and things. You get diagnosed, and show proof that you were like a 9/11 responder, and you're supported through your massive amounts of medical bills. This is not unlike Joe Biden's son. If you don't know, Joe Biden's son, Beau Biden. Thank you for subscribing, Dark Nurse. Haven't seen you in a while. Welcome. Thank you so much. Like Joe Biden's son in the burn pits, right? People in the military who were deployed were exposed to these burn pits. Now everyone's lungs are messed up and they're fighting horrific types of cancer. That is how Joe Biden's son died, directly from a burn pit. That's why he was so passionate about passing the PACT Act. This is essentially which Republicans tried. Does everyone remember when Republicans voted the PACT Act down? And then Jon Stewart was so furious and he like showed up outside of Congress and was like, what the fuck do you think you're doing? Like leaving veterans, hanging veterans out to dry? That's essentially now what is happening.
Is more sophisticated
Thank you, Oklahoma Blue Dot. We're here for you. Oh, keep fighting the good fight, Oklahoma Blue Dot. Thank you, guys. Okay, Blue Dot, Jello. The bones are their dollars. The bones are their dollars. That's an interesting, Dave. Thank you for subscribing. You all are amazing. But yeah, that's what we're doing now. We're refusing to pay for healthcare for 9/11 first responders. And I'm willing to bet a lot of these people voted for Trump. It's just another F around and find out.
And shame on them. Donald Trump.
Oh, people are asking why they hear Trump. It's a quote of his. It's just one of his dumb quotes, which I need to change it because I'm tired of it. But when people subscribe, it says it's Trump. One of the dumbest things Trump ever said, in my opinion, was this speech where he said, paper is more sophisticated than computers. That's what he's saying in the. Because you could only have like 4 seconds. There's so many quotes of Trump saying something dumb, but it's hard to get one in like 2 or 3 seconds. That's what it is. It's Trump saying paper is more sophisticated than computers. That's he said that several times.
Trump signed our bill in 2019.
Yeah.
Turned to me, shook my hand, gave me the Sharpie that he signed the bill with. And he said, nobody deserves this more than you. You worked harder than anybody. And for him to callously and recklessly allow Elon Musk to do this to us, his words are shallow and meaningless to me now. So I'm disappointed, but I'm hopeful that they reverse this because there's going to be a lot of harm done to a lot of people that are already suffering. Shame on Elon Musk. Shame on Robert Kennedy Jr. It's just common sense. This is reckless. It's inhumane. It's cruel. And it lacks empathy, and it lacks humanity. I mean, what's their end game? Let's see how mean we can be. Let's see how much we can hurt human beings. I don't get that. This is just common sense. This is right from wrong. And
I agree, but also don't be only worried about your cause. See, some of these people that are now coming out of the woodwork, it's like, first, you just want this one program back, or do you want Trump stopped? Like, I get confused with what these people's messages are. Like, thank you, Amy, for subscribing. Amy FDT. I think we all know what that stands for. Thank you so much. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's hard for me with this stuff because actually I do think we should support 9/11 first responders, but like the message of, oh, I didn't think it would be me seems to be the message, as in terrorize brown people, terrorize trans people, terrorize anyone, just not me. That's what it's kind of giving, which makes me upset. Fun ductos, exactly. Oh, and this is Ron Wyden. So this is a press conference. I want to make sure I get this right. Senate Democrats did yesterday, and they were talking about, because I don't think, well, of course, I know for a fact that this is not being reported on, right? If you listen to Fox News, if you listen to all of these Trump-approved right? The only people reporting on this are journalists in publications you have to read. Not to say you can't listen to the articles on the internet, but I'm just giving you an example of I don't think people understand that almost a billion, almost a trillion in cuts are coming to the social safety net. I don't think people understand what happened 1 week ago today when they released that budget, the House Republican budget bill. The Senate, if you don't know, let me just explain what's going on. So I talked 1 week ago today on Thursday that this House budget bill or House resolution had come out, right? And it's like 40 something pages and it talks about all the cuts they're going to make. The Senate Republicans are sort of doing the same thing. And I told you how there's this fight brewing, right? Like Lindsey Graham and just the Freedom Caucus in the House is backing the Senate Republicans because they want two bills. Right? Because they want to stop Trump from jamming through so much spending in one big, beautiful bill. And then the House Republicans, and by that I mean Mike Johnson, who's loyal to Trump, has this one big, beautiful bill, just like Donald Trump wants. And yesterday he endorsed it on Truth Social. So it seems like he wants to go with the House Republicans and jam through so much shit in one bill that no one can keep track of it and raise the debt ceiling by like 4.5 trillion. That's where we're at. So the Senate Democrats did a press conference yesterday and were discussing it.
Is that nobody should lose sight of what exactly happened this morning. And that is Donald Trump endorsed the House budget resolution today. And this resolution mandates that $880 billion in cuts come from the House Energy and Commerce Committee. Now, I was a member of that committee back in the day when I had a full head of hair and rugged good looks. And I'll just tell you, there is no plausible way to hit that target without hundreds of billions of dollars in cuts to Medicaid and nursing home care and for kids and the like. And those cuts mean that benefits are going to get cut, families are going to lose health insurance, full stop.
So again, I think, well, no, I don't want to give conservatives that much credit. I don't think they could read a budget to save their life. But you need to understand that Medicaid is under like the House Energy Committee, right? And we looked at videos like kind of explaining all this last week. But yes, these are Medicaid cuts, hundreds of billions of dollars of cuts to Medicaid. And how are they going to do that? It's the same thing it's the same reason Republicans are push voter ID laws, right? They've done studies on, okay, what restrictions do we put in place that will disqualify millions of people from Medicaid? Then they put those restrictions in place. It's the same thing with SNAP work requirements, right? They know if we say you have to be trying to get a job to remain on Medicaid, well, disabled people dying in the hospital can't do that, so they'll be dropped. Yes, that's true, Jer. Conservatives can't find their way out of paper bags. I might have to put that on a shirt. I've been saying that for like 2 years now. It is the truth.
And so we're sounding the alarm. Last night, the president said, I'm not touching Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, VA. I'm not touching them. By this morning, he endorsed the House budget resolution, which paves the way for massive cuts to Medicaid. And people have got to be aware. We also have to explain what Medicaid does. You know, the posters that are here talk about who is covered. There's over 70 million Americans who get Medicaid, whether that is for seniors in long-term care, whether that is over 30 million children, Americans with disabilities, and it also is the lifeblood for some of our critical access rural hospitals, community health clinics, etc. Without Medicaid, many of those would disappear. And so we're sounding the alarm. Last night, the president said, I'm not touching Medicare.
Sorry. Anyways, this is the reality. Trump ran on The reason Trump was elected, or one of the big reasons, in my opinion, was his repeated rhetoric around I will not touch the social safety net. I will not touch Medicare. I will not touch Social Security. I will not touch Medicaid. That's what this guy said. Oh, I know. I do agree with that, Victoria. Victoria said the owners of nursing homes are government welfare queens too. Wonder how they feel about this. Who's that one senator that owns nursing I don't think he actually. Oh, yeah, he didn't actually win. That guy that was running for the Senate in Wisconsin, but he really like lives in Orange County. And then it turns out he owns like nursing homes in Utah that are like not treating people well. Yeah, I would really be interested to know. There's a lot of Republicans who are funding elder care through the federal government, but this is what they are. Their own budget has now confirmed they're going to cut just under $1 billion. Sorry, $1 trillion of Medicaid. Hundreds of billions of dollars has to be cut from Medicaid. So I don't know what Republicans need to sound the alarm. And I said this over and over. In the midterms, we need to elect people. I honestly don't even care if they're Republicans or Democrats. They just need to have spines. And you need to actually do what is in the best interest of your constituents. And never forget these people who are in Congress now who refuse to speak up. We need to get rid of every single last one of these people. I don't care if you're a moderate Democrat, because there's a lot of moderate Democrats I don't hear screaming. Every single person who has not used their voice and every resource available to them to oppose Donald Trump needs to go. Full stop. You're a coward. You need to go.
From being the dork that was jumping around on stage to allegedly being this amazing genius that's going to save this entire country, the country that he wasn't born in, and a country that maybe he doesn't agree with the idea of a democratic republic, considering the fact that he may have been more so on the side of apartheid. So, I am shocked. And I'm also shocked that MAGA, who is clearly a cult, would allow somebody else to come in and do anything. Now, what we've seen, though, is that Donald Trump's approval ratings still supposedly are kind of either going up or holding while Elon Musk is falling, right? So you've got the pushback of Steve Bannon. Like, the fact that I agree with him on anything in life really has me like, oh yeah, we really are in the upside down right now. So I do think that there will be more hate that ends up being spewed towards him once people start to really wake up and realize, like, wait a minute, so you're telling me that I don't have any Social Security so that you could get an extra $1 billion, $2 billion, $3 billion in government contracts from my tax dollars, and or end up saving money on your taxes because you don't want to pay them, and I can't even find a job because we're headed towards a recession. That's what I want people to understand. I don't mean to be gloom and doom, but when you have somebody that is firing people from the 15th largest employer in the world, which is the federal government, and then when you are saying, let's kick out these amazing people that have actually contributed to our country in the form of building our homes, as you're complaining about the cost of homes, when you're talking about people that are going and working the farms, as you're complaining about the cost of food, as you're getting rid of people that are working on bird flu, and you're like, oopsie, didn't realize that's what you were doing. We are living with this incompetent administration that is literally driving us to a recession at warp speed. And all I can say is hold on to your money and make sure that you have a way to make money, even if you lose your job, because there are people that believe that, oh, I don't work for the federal government, so I'm fine. But that's not the case. We just saw the Southwest Airlines did the biggest layoff that they have ever done in its entire existence. We continue to see private industries laying off. So many private companies rely on federal from being the dork.
Okay, so I just want to give actually, I'm going to pull it up because I think sometimes it's good. That way, if you want to screenshot some of this, you can see it. I think it's important because I don't have time to watch Steve Bannon's show like I used to. I used to watch Steve Bannon's show religiously because I was like, this guy's nuts and I need to keep an eye on him. But I don't have time to do that anymore. But I do want to show you guys some of what she's talking about. And I say this all the time, like, I'll look for help opposing Trump's insanity wherever we can get it. And if it comes from Steve Bannon, then fine. And Steve Bannon despises Elon Musk. For as long as Steve Bannon has had a show, like I said, from like 2021 to like 2023, I was watching his show religiously because it was a great place to get content and to keep an eye on those weirdos, right? So I just want to show you, and this is Ron Filipkowski, who's like one of the editor-in-chiefs of Midas Touch, reporting on like Steve Bannon shitting on Elon Musk. So Reuters reports that USDA employees, and can we keep tapping the screen? Let's see. It's about to be 3:00. We should be at 300K. Just to give you an idea of how egregiously far behind we are on tapping. At 3 p.m., we should be at 300K. So our priority is to tap the screen. Please tap the screen. Oh, Jen, thank you for the super chat, by the way. She said, "We love Felice. You are amazing. Thank you for the $5. And Frankie, you're amazing too. Never stop. Keep fighting. Thank you so much. I will support you as long as I can. Frankie, don't make me cry. Your super chats are super motivating. And I'll do the same thing. As long as I can do this, like in any way I can, I will keep doing it. And thank you so much, Frankie. You're awesome. So again, Reuters is reporting that the USDA employees who were reviewing Elon Musk's brain implant. So what is the theme? Elon Musk said he's cutting waste, fraud, and abuse. We know that's not true. We went through the actual fact check done by a fact checker certified by like the National Fact Checkers Association, Glenn Kessler, and by as well a forensic accountant. They took their fact check to the White House and asked them to dispute it, and they couldn't. Right. So we know Elon Musk saying he's finding waste, fraud, and abuse is bullshit. Right. But it turns out again that the USDA employees who were fired were actually investigating Elon Musk's brain implant company, Neuralink. They were fired over this last weekend. The cuts included about 20 people in the Food and Drug Administration's Office of Neurological and Physical Medicine Devices, several of whom worked on Neuralink oversight. So again, we have an unelected wacko firing people who are investigating his companies. We know he fired people who are investigating SpaceX, who are investigating Tesla. Now this company Neuralink. It's absurd. And this is Steve Bannon. Steve Bannon roasted Musk over Neuralink and other issues in new interview. Quote, "Musk is a parasitic illegal immigrant. The only time I approve of the word illegal immigrant is when referring to Elmo. I've decided. He wants to impose his freak experiment and play act as God without any respect for the country's history, tradition, or values." Right? And if you don't know, like, Bannon hates transhumanism, right? Transhumanism is modifying the body through science. He's a Christian. He doesn't like it. Bannon has always railed against transhumanism, which is a movement by tech bros, which seeks to extend lifespans and alter natural life and brain functioning with technology. I told you guys about the documentary that just came out on Netflix. It's about the former owner and CEO of Venmo, another pay app, who's now trying to like live forever. His name's Brad Smith. If you don't know, you should look that one up. Bannon then said, "Musk is a fraud. Doge is sitting there with the budget, but where are the Doge cuts? We are 30 days away from approving a budget for the entire year with $2 trillion already baked in and not one penny of anything that Doge found." So I just want to point out, yes, the left can read budgets and has said this, but the far right fringe can also read budgets and is like, what the is Elon Musk doing? Nothing. So just in case you don't believe the left, then believe the right. He's not doing anything but stuff for himself. It's absurd. We are 30 days away from approving a budget for the entire year with $2 trillion already baked in and not one penny of anything that Doge found. It's ludicrous, performative. There's hesitancy to take on the Pentagon. I want $100 billion cut from its $900 billion budget. Yeah, you know where there's $1 trillion budget? The military. I agree. Let's cut the waste, fraud, and abuse. Some nuts and bolts cost billions that could cost 1/10 of that. We've had congressional hearings on this. The waste, fraud, and abuse is in the military, but that's where Elmo's bread is buttered, right? These military government contracts, they don't want to touch them. And I will say, I did hear that an email went out to the Pentagon and they're like, get ready for cuts. We'll see what that actually means. Germany _2023. Thank you so much for subscribing. And Mimi, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate you guys so, so, so much. You guys are amazing. Keep tapping the screen. We need to be at 300K by 3 o'clock. We only have 130K to go. I know your guys' fingers can do it. I know. I agree. Who said that? Wait, sorry. Why am I? Oh yeah, we'll get to the $5,000 check, Mimi. I'm so sorry. Yeah, just God, I can't even talk about that. That's just the latest thing that Elmo is doing. It's the latest distraction because the right is starting to get mad. Steve Bannon is and if you guys don't know, Steve Bannon is dedicating hours of his show a day to attacking Elmo. So the reason Elmo is now talking about $5,000 checks, it's not for the left. We're not idiotic. I understand. Imagine this. The right says that infusing money, writing checks, that's inflationary. It's 100% inflationary. Part of the reason I was so pissed this morning is because I know that's inflationary and insane. Basically, Elmo is saying, if you don't know, that that when he claws back all this waste, fraud, and abuse, based on a $2 trillion figure, that can only come from Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. There's nowhere else that money can come from if you actually understand the government budget, right? And this is how they're calculating it. I'm just telling you. It's absurd and stupid and inflationary. Big Tommy said, who's Elmo? Can someone help Big Tommy learn who? Elmo is Elon. Elmo continually types too fast and then writes his own name as Elmo. So that's why the internet calls Elon Elmo, because he keeps writing his own name as Elmo. Yeah. So anyways, what I'm trying to say is basically where the number comes and why BAG is like, yeah, we love Trump. We're all getting $5,000 checks is because Elmo was getting some heat on X the last couple of days. And then he just started writing like, if we get $2 trillion in waste, which by the way, through Elmo's own admission, and I showed the clips on our show the day he walked it back, right? Elmo started saying, oh yeah, there's no way 2 trillion will ever happen. Like max is 1 trillion, right? So by Elmo's own admission weeks ago, there's no 2 trillion to be had. So he's just pathologically lying to these people who can't count. And the 5,000 each comes from if they took 2 trillion back and they took 20% of that and divided it up between households, that's 5,000 per American household. But I just want to be clear. That will be, we will be being robbed. And it's like saying, hey, pay no attention to the fact we're robbing you guys. We're going to give you this one-time check so you will sign away your rights and stop complaining. And you won't care that you're being robbed. You have to be an idiot. You have to be a literal idiot to think that's a good thing. Plus, overall, it's inflationary. just period. We give everyone in America a $5,000 check. You won't. That's the fastest federal government path to inflation. Like it's literally idiotic. It's part of the inflation we had to fight off after Trump's stimulus checks. But what has Trump learned? Think about it. If I sign a check with my name, people remember that. They loved me for it. They elected me. These same people blame Biden for that inflation that was caused by Trump's stimulus checks. You have to be an idiot to think any of this is a good idea, but that's literally where it comes from. Oh, yeah, this is great too. Michelle King, sorry, puzzle piece. I just have the sound muted on my computer so you guys don't have to hear that annoying sound. Yay, we're a real person. Chrissy, thank you for subscribing. Did I miss anyone? I don't think so. Thank you so much. Michelle King, this is the woman that quit, right? The Social Security Administration resigned abruptly after she refused to comply with DOJ's demand that she turn over data on millions of Americans. This should be a non-negotiable. Elon Musk, Elmo has information about us that he should never have. She resigned. The information included our social security numbers, work history, medical information. King was a nonpartisan career civil servant who worked for the Social Security Administration for decades. Musk has been hyping the results of his subsequent deep dive. He got access to all of our information. This is criminal. Into Social Security data over the last 2 days. And now, if you haven't seen this, I'll get into this in a second. Claiming that over $4.7 trillion was paid out to millions of dead people. Naturally, his posts have gone viral. Republican politicians and MAGA influencer cranked up their propaganda machine to spread his lies. This is a complete lie. And I can't imagine that Elon Musk doesn't know he's spreading a lie, right? This was previously reported on years ago, and it just has to do with $9 million, right? It would take there's several different databases. One is a Numenda database, right? And this has been widely reported on. And actually, I'm just going to skip to that part. We may as well just go through this now. It's a Numenda database, and Musk has to know this. There's no way he doesn't know and isn't just lying about it. But MAG is like, did you hear? We're paying 150-year-old Social Security. No, we're not. And that's another thing you could easily just decide we're going to start from. I can't listen to all of this anymore. So again, this comes, I said that one of Trump's only public appearances yesterday, other than him just being in the White House spewing lies, was in Miami at a Saudi investment conference. This is where Trump showed his face, at a Saudi investment conference.
3.5 million people from the age 140 to 149 years old. 1.3 million people are on Social Security from the age 150 to 159. And over 130,000 people are on Social Security over the age of 160 years old, okay? Including 1,039 people, think of it, over 1,000 people between the ages of 220 to 229.
This is what I mean when I say every word out of Trump's mouth is a lie. This was immediately, right? It was when Elmo started posting it the night before, it was immediately called out as a lie. He doesn't care. In this same speech, he told the $50 million for condoms for H group lie. He's still on that lie. And if you don't, Elmo in the White House, standing next to Trump, standing over Trump, admitted that that was a lie. And yesterday, he's still telling that lie. Every word out of this man's mouth is a lie. It's never ending.
And one person between the age of 240 years old to 249, and the record topper, there is one person on Social Security who's 360 years old, which is approximately 110 years older than our country.
Imagine being the dumbass clapping. How embarrassing. If you clapped for that, you should be embarrassed for yourself. You're an idiot. Truly. We have MAGA thinking $5,000 checks when you're being robbed. It's like if someone steals $6 trillion or is going to steal $1 trillion or $2 trillion from you, it then goes, but you can have 5,000. As if that's a good thing. Hey, so you stop complaining about us robbing the U.S. federal government of $2 trillion? I'll give you 5,000. Does that sound like an agreement? No. Use your brain. And every word of this is a lie. So again, you can look this stuff up on your own. Musk misread Social Security data. I don't believe he misread it. You know, either you're misinterpreting or lying or a combination of both, because these are the distractions. This is all a distraction. None of this is true, right? Here, let me just find the part. Oh, this is the woman. So when they're throwing around numbers like tens of millions of dead people are getting Social Security, well, there's only 67 million people total. What are they talking about? Half the people actually dead? Their numbers are so ridiculous. It's not true. That's from Kathleen Roming, the director of Social Security and Disability Policy at the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities. SSA does make, so again, and this is the funniest part about this, because I showed you guys this too. Whenever whenever the White House or anyone is asked, like, where did you come up with any of this? They're never citing any work Elmo did. They're citing inspector generals that worked for Biden that Trump fired, right? So if there's any truth to any of this, right, the Social Security Administration does make some improper payments. It's less than 1%, right? Or roughly 1%. Like, just to be clear. And most of the mistakes are made are overpayments to living beneficiaries. And that's according to a Biden report. Trump hasn't done any of this. Thank you for the bows. Trump fired the people that do this work. If you want to know where these reports come from, they came in 2024 from the inspector generals that Trump fired. That report found from 2015 through 2022, the Social Security Administration made $71.8 billion improper payments. The agency issues $1 trillion in benefits every year. So it's less than 1% or right at 1%. And that has to do with overpayments and it's fraud, right? Like there is fraud that can be, people tried to defraud these payment systems and did, particularly during COVID, right? And we've said when actual consultants talk about what needs to happen to root out waste and fraud from the federal government, it's about tech updates, right, to systems. Another database expert said, this is what I was talking about, is called Numendant. This is what Elmo is looking at and purposely misinterpreting and lying about, and contains a record of every person who has ever been assigned a Social Security number. There are people in the system, they said, who have died, but don't have a date of death recorded because they lived long before electronic records. So you know how Trump said there's a 360-year-old getting Social Security? This is what they're talking about. They're not getting payments. This is a Numendant database that it would cost $9 million to update, so they haven't updated it. This data set, experts said, has nothing to do with monthly payments, but appears to be very likely where Musk is getting information that there are millions of people ages 100 to 369 in the system. And furthermore, I did more research on this. I looked up several articles on this. At 115, Social Security payments automatically stop. That's how I know Trump is pathologically lying. He's making all of this up. It's not even possible that someone over the age of 115 is getting Social Security payments. So all of that is a lie. Just like the 50 million in condoms to age group that he continues to spew. Justin Wolfer is a professor of public policy and economics at the University of Michigan, said, quote, transparently obvious that he's misinterpreting or misrepresenting. And I think it's misrepresenting the data, but noted Musk is not showing his work. Musk never shows his work. Musk constantly is talking about transparency, but has provided none. Musk has not explicitly said where he is getting the data he is posting to social media, and he's asked regularly. Still, his insinuations that the presence of such information within SSA is nefarious or new is also misleading, expert says. The government has known the Numendant system is flawed in this way for years, according to audits. A 2023 Inspector General's report, again, the White House cites these reports, but they fired the Inspector Generals that do them. You think about why would they want the people that are doing oversight to be gone? People that are actually qualified to do audits aren't allowed to be in Trump's government. Very interesting. A 2023 Inspector General's report found nearly 19 million people born before 1920 who do not have death information in the record. The SSA decided not to, and listen to this, the Social Security Administration decided to not address discrepancies because of how much it would cost to fix, $9 million, and the limited benefit it would have on the agency. They're aware of it. They're not paying dead people. It would just cost $9 million to update it. I think we should pay the $9 million, but that's Trump's point. And I just want to be clear that I was trying to look back who first reported on this Numendant database. I think it was like Wired, like 10 years ago. So Elon Musk pretending he found something, this was not hidden. People knew about it. It's been mentioned in Inspector General's reports and was reported on by the media. It's the same thing with Elon Musk saying he found that limestone mine. And then when I actually looked into it, the Washington Post reported on that place 10 years ago. I think Elmo is just looking in the Wayback Machine for anything that qualifies as waste, fraud, and abuse that he can now bring up as if he discovered it to distract people. Because none of this stuff is new. He's just a liar. Like, I don't know how else to say it other than just say, like, this guy is a pathological liar. This is that Kathleen Romig, who previously worked in Social Security Administration, also emphasized, and this is something I know as well. If you've ever dealt with like an elderly person in your family and their Social Security payments, there are multiple checks. 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 Everyone's aware of it. You discovered nothing. You just broke into all of our private information. Is Elmo getting paid for Doge? Big Tommy asks. Well, I mean, he was just awarded a $400 million government contract. Elmo, and outside of that $400 million contract that now is appearing on the books for armored military vehicles, it did say Tesla vehicles. And when people discovered that last week, they took the word Tesla out, but it's still, that contract is still very much going to Elmo. He gets $8 million a day. $8 million a day in our taxpayer money for government contracts. $8 million a day. So yeah, he's the largest welfare queen in the country, and he's in charge of allegedly deciding which contracts are wasteful. We should be at 300K. Let's tap the screen. I feel like we're barely tapping anymore. We have a couple people loyally tapping, but can we please tap the screen at 3:00? We were supposed to be at 300K. Can we please tap the screen? Yes. Thank you, Labradorite Queen. I think it is the biggest. There's no bigger example of a glaring conflict of interest. This man never filled out financial disclosure documents. He didn't agree to divest from his companies. He is benefiting from government contracts while getting $8 million a day in taxpayer money and then saying, don't worry, guys, I'll decide what's waste, fraud, and abuse. Like, we're in a slow motion nightmare. Where all of this is another good article if you want to read more into how all of this is a giant lie. This is a Washington Post article. This is a Glenn Kessler fact check. Tens of billions of dead people aren't getting Social Security check, despite Trump and Musk's claims. I would suggest, there are hundreds of these articles out there, so it's shocking to me that MAGA could believe any of this is real. But yeah, they're in information silos and they are refusing to get any information from anyone but Donald Trump. So I guess we shouldn't be that surprised. Oh, I do have this clip. This is what I was looking for. Awesome. Hold on one second. Now my presentation closed. I was like, I knew I had a clip. Jerry Connolly, who, bless his heart, is undergoing cancer treatments currently. It's hard for me because I'm upset about it, but it's the person who Nancy Pelosi whipped votes for to beat out AOC for the head of oversight and accountability. He's really smart. He's amazing. It's just sometimes I question if he's kind of has what it takes to survive to fight these people, right? You need to be they created a rapid response team. I think the head of oversight and accountability should be part of that. Sorry, this is just part of that article. Actually, I love this person. Impeach Trump a third time. They always have the funniest things. And I'm not sure which article this came from, but I'm sure you could screenshot this and search that title and it would come up because someone's obviously refuting his article through graphs, which I love. Nothing Elmo said nothing Elmo and Trump are ever lying about does the data bear out, but keep lying. That's fine. And then Jerry Connolly, who's the current head of the oversight and accountability team. So he's our Democratic ranking member and James Comer is the chair. He was saying this, which I was like, that's facts. He's looking skinnier and skinnier. If you don't know, he's undergoing treatment for throat cancer.
Do you hear that he is looking at potentially stopping Social Security?
I certainly hear it in inferred threat to Social Security. And of course, the fallacy of this argument is they never look at revenue. They only look at expenditures. If you want to save Social Security, it's a fairly easy fix. Raise the income threshold subject to withholding tax, and you can extend Social Security by 40 or 50 years, easy. And of course, he doesn't want to talk about that. He only wants to talk about the expenditure commitment. That's not how he runs his own company. At Tesla, he hasn't announced that whatever the price of Tesla is today, it will never change. will never increase the cost to a consumer for our product. No company runs that way, and the government can't run that way either. So yeah, I hear a threat, and I hear a threat based on a false platform of we're only looking at spending.
Do you hear?
Just think, hold on, I'm going to send this to myself because maybe this is a good moment to bring up a Robert Reich video. Let me just send it to myself so I can pull it up on my iPad because I try to keep apps off this iPad so it runs smoothly. But yeah, that's exactly right. How many times have I said that, right? That's the fallacy of Elon Musk. He looks at databases, he looks at expenditures, right? But what we need also, what you would look at if you think about balancing the budget is revenue coming in. And if you don't understand what he was saying, every time I'm debating with Pickles, like, this is the number one argument, what Republicans don't understand. We, normal people, I believe we looked up when I was debating with Pickles on Monday, which again is available on YouTube if you want to rewatch. It was good. I think we looked up the number and it was like 170,000 or something like that. And there's cents involved, but I don't remember. But what that means is there's a cap on Social Security taxes, right? But you probably don't know that. Because for us, not that many people are making over 170,000. So that means 100% of our checks are taxed unless you make over that amount, right? And then that's who came up with that? Billionaires, millionaires, people who make a lot of money. They said, I don't want my whole check, what I make a year, to be taxed and put into Social Security. So we could make Social Security solvent. All we'd have to do is raise the cap on Social Security, right? So what I'm saying is for billionaires, people who are making $10 million a year, 20 million, 100 million, they are taxed on like 170,000 and nothing else. It is a fallacy to say, oh, we just need to stop spending. We just need to stop spending. No, all we simply need to do is have rich people pay their fair share and we'll be solvent for decades and decades and decades and decades to come. Remove the cap on Social Security taxes and we have no problems. Period. But you'll never hear that from conservatives because their whole problem is to terrify poor people, convince them everything is wrong, and never present the real solutions, which is simply, hey, if we close tax loopholes, if we got forensic accountants to do high-level audits for billionaires and corporations and make them pay what they owe, what their fair share is, what you're paying, average middle class person, we'd have no more problems. But that's the thing. Let's cause alarm, let's scare people and convince them it's immigrants and we need to deport immigrants, or convince them this, convince them that. No, all of our money is with rich people and corporations at the top of the economy. 60% of wealth is now inherited. I think I found the Robert Reich video. It's Reich. Sorry, it's just a bad habit. I called him that for so long. He's our former labor secretary. I'm sure I'm just repeating this and most of us know exactly who he is, but he, more importantly, he was the former labor secretary. He's now a professor at University of California, Berkeley. He's absolutely amazing, where my brother went to law school. But we've played this. Oh, sorry. I forget when I don't have things clipped. It looks messy.
Here's the real reason Social Security is in danger that nobody's talking about. It's not just because too many boomers like me are retiring. It's because of inequality. Now, I don't want to alarm you. Social Security is still helping us oldies enjoy our golden years, mostly on the pickleball court, but only for so long. Social Security is one of the most popular and successful government programs ever created, not only helping retirees, but it's also keeping 26 million people out of poverty. Yet here's the problem. is going to run out of money before you can ever receive it if the rich don't start paying their fair share. The trustees of Social Security, of which yours truly was once a member back when I had thicker hair, say the program will only be able to pay full benefits until 2033. After that, Social Security will only be able to dole out roughly 77% of benefits. Why? It's not the reason that many seem to think.
And we're going to have more and more baby boomers who are going to be collecting Social Security.
Boomer retirees like me might be soaking up some sun, but we're not soaking up all of the program's funds. The Social Security trustees anticipated the boom in boomer retirements. This is why Social Security was amended back in 1983 to gradually increase the age for collecting full retirement benefits from age 65 to age 67. That change is helping finance the boomers' retirement. What did the trustees fail to anticipate? A much larger chunk of the nation's total income is now going to the top compared to decades ago. But income subject to the Social Security payroll tax is capped. No dollar of earnings above the cap is.
Sorry, we just need to all look at this for a second. Are you guys getting this? The reason that Social Security, don't let conservative liars tell you any different, is because of wealth inequality in America, right? That is the bottom 90% of America. That's how much income we are making, and how all of the income, when I say huge transfers of wealth, have gone to the top 1% of the economy, 206% income growth since 1979. I just want to make sure we're understanding, because he's an amazing teacher, but focus on this. And if we're capping, right, rich people are refusing to pay Social Security tax, and we looked it up last time. It's like 160 or 170,000. They make 10 million in a year. They are taxed on 160 or between 160 and 170,000 a year. That's it. This is why. And all of the income is going to the top 1% of the economy. This is why Social Security is insolvent. This graph should make you furious. You should never recover from seeing this graph. That's why when 23-year-olds say, I don't think Biden did anything for me, maybe Trump can. The Conservative Party has never done anything for anyone but corporations and the 1%. That is it. They have presided over huge transfers of wealth to the top of the economy. That is their legacy. That is their claim to fame. They've never done a goddamn thing for any of us.
Decades ago. But income subject to the Social Security payroll tax is capped. No dollar of earnings above the cap is taxed. The cap in 2023 is $160,200. So, as the rich have become far richer, more and more of the nation's total income has escaped the Social Security payroll tax. For example, a CEO earning $20 million a year pays Social Security taxes on roughly 1% of their income, while a worker earning under the cap pays Social Security taxes on 100% of their income. As more of the nation's income has gone to the super rich, logically, a larger share of the nation's income goes untaxed for Social Security. This is why widening inequality has cost the Social Security Trust Fund an estimated $1.4 trillion since 1983. The solution is obvious. It's time to scrap the cap and make the rich pay more in Social Security taxes. One plan introduced in Congress would eliminate the cap on earnings over $250,000 and also subject investment income to Social Security taxes. It's estimated that this would extend the solvency of Social Security for the next 75 years without raising taxes on 93% of American households. This is where you come in. Share this video and help spread the word about the.
Now you see why I say we're going to start a cult, and he'll be our. I'll lead the cult. We will worship Robert Reich as God. If you don't follow Robert Reich, follow him on all platforms. He's absolutely amazing. But now you get the point of what I'm saying. Conservatives, their plan is to always scream, oh my God, Social Security is insolvent. Social Security is insolvent. Never mind the fact it's them who made it insolvent. And the real fix is just tax rich people fairly. Okay, so you guys want huge transfers of wealth to go to the top of the economy, the top 1% of the economy? Then we're going to need to tax you fairly at the same rate we're all being taxed. All of our income, if you make less than I don't know what it is in 2024. It's a little higher, I think. I think it's 163 something. It's between 160 and 170. If you don't make more than 160 something, then 100% of your income is being taxed for Social Security. I think we should tax 100% of everyone's income. And then Social Security is solvent again. Why don't the Democrats scream this from the top, the highest mountain? I do think people are saying it, but I think Robert Reich is one of the first people, and he runs, it's called Inequality Media, and he's making videos like this and helping teach. Like I said, he's a former labor secretary. He's actually an economist, and he's an economic professor at UC Berkeley. He's amazing, but that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I think the Democrats' communication strategy has been abysmal. I think it has gotten better since Trump has been elected, right? Our only job is education. That's why I created the People's Receipts, is because we have literally 24 hours of misinformation and disinformation going out. And I see it every day. Like I said, I debated with Pickles on Monday, and I talked to a 23-year-old that's like, well, Biden never did anything for me. The fact a 23-year-old could say that, and he was not dumb, and we did leave it in a good place. He's doing more research, but he has no concept that he's being robbed by conservatives. Trickle down economics is a lie. Nothing has ever trickled down. Yeah, Bernie, that bill he was talking about, what was it? It was either, I think it was 250,000. That if we raise the cap to 250, it was either 250 or 275, that Social Security will be solvent for another 75 years. That was, I believe, that bill he's showing as an example. I think we should tax their whole income. I don't give a, but I think we should tax it all, just like our income is taxed. But if we just raise it to 275, we'd have 75 more years of solvency. I believe that was Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders' bill. I'm pretty sure, and the reason I'm saying that, someone said Bernie Sanders has been saying this. Yeah, I think he's using Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders. Yeah, the cap the wealth at $1 billion a year. I agree. Yeah, you could stop being taxed on Social Security. Elmo, we're giving him $8 million a day, and he's canceling cancer research. Well, he gets $8 million a day. The richest man in America. Our tax dollars are giving him $8 million a day. The least that POS could do is pay into Social Security. Please, these people are 100% robbing us. I'm so glad we got to work in Robert Reich. Again, his handle is at RB Reich. And Reich is spelled like Reich, like Third Reich. REICH, just to be clear, because when I say his name correctly, which we've had, like I was talking about earlier, we've had an ongoing debate about how to say his name. It is Reich, but it's not going to help us spell it correctly. That's the problem. That's one of the problems. Let me go back to the presentation. I'm so glad we got to go over that. And there are many more ways we're being robbed every day. Hold on, I want to make sure to the right place. Oops. So many lies to debunk, so little time. Keep tapping the screen. We need to get to 300K. We can do it. Please, we're 20. At 3 p.m., we should be at 300K. We can do it. Tap, tap, tap. And if you would like to support me, please. Hold on. Can you guys hear me? Sorry. TikTok just timed out. I'm just going to wait. There we go. I think can you guys hear me now? Sorry. TikTok. I thought it was a puzzle piece, but the puzzle piece never popped up. I just did one, so that should not be a thing. Oh yes, now I remember where I was. Okay. Yeah. There's just a few things. I'm not going to get us bogged down into listening to Trump like make up lies, but there's a few things I just need you guys to hear so that we can debunk important lies that we shouldn't let him get away with. Again, his big appearance yesterday was at a Saudi investment conference in Miami, where he started out, I won't make you hear it, but by thanking Jared Kushner and other weirdos.
Over the past month, we have effectively eliminated the U.S. Agency for International Development, which was funding much of this lunacy. We virtually shut down the out-of-control CFPB, escorting radical left bureaucrats out of the building and locking the doors behind them. What they were doing was so terrible.
Okay, so again, he's talking about 0.5% of the federal budget. That's U.S. aid money, AID, right? Agency for International Development. That's the carrot. That's where we say, here's some medical supplies. We'll help you fight HIV. Here's some, we'll set up some medical centers for you. These are the tiny 0.5% of the federal budget is U.S. Agency for International Development. Meanwhile, our military, which is the stick, is 1 trillion or just under 1 trillion. Just to give you an idea. This is how we create partnerships. And what we are doing is pushing these people into the arms of Russia and China, which you would think Trump would care about. But now I see that he's on his knees in front of Putin every day. So this is probably actually part of the plan.
Spending the money was so terrible. What we haven't looked at yet, but will be, is does the money come back to them? Because nobody can be stupid like that. And they're not stupid. They're smart, actually. And, why are they doing that? Does money come back to them? So we'll figure that out pretty easily, I think, and quickly.
You couldn't find your way out of a paper bag if your life depended on it. So no. And again, 24 hours, not one. Trump did not say a true thing this entire time. Not one.
And $21 million for voter turnout in India. What do we need to spend $21 million for voter turnout in India? Wow, 21 million.
And let me just explain that. There's a horrific authoritarian dictator in India who's having people unalived. His name's Modi. That's the guy that Trump just had in the White House. Now Trump has decided that everyone in the BRICS alliance, right, except for Brazil, he's mad at Brazil, right? But India, Russia, China, all these people that we know are committing human rights abuses and unaliving minority groups within their country. And just to be clear, what we do is try to influence democracy all over the world. Now Trump says that's a waste because yes, Trump's no longer interested in democracy.
I guess they were trying to get somebody else elected. Well, we ought to tell the Indian government, because when we hear that Russia spent about $2 in our country, it was a big deal, right?
Do you hear what he's saying? He's saying we spent $21 million trying to promote democracy in India. As we should. That's one of the largest working age populations and where we get most of our H-1B visas from. Yeah, we should promote democracy. We should promote the end of authoritarian dictatorship and abuse of women inside of India. I definitely think that's valuable. And he said, oh, Russia spent $2 interfering in our elections. No country is allowed to interfere in U.S. elections. And we know that Russia interfered in our elections. We know that from many different reports, Senate Judiciary Report, bipartisan Senate report, CIA reports, FBI reports. They all said the same thing, that Putin and Trump were working together and also that Putin had interfered in U.S. elections. And he's saying, oh, we should tell India that we spent money in their elections. This is the guy who tried to do a coup in Venezuela. Our intelligence services are constantly trying to overturn dictators. That's what they do behind the scenes. That's why people keep showing up at our southern border. This man tried to overturn an election, tried to force Maduro out. And he's talking about this as if he doesn't know what anyone's talking about. This man's a liar.
They took some internet ads for $2,000. This is a total breakthrough. $21 million for India election. But we've also required that all federal employees must once again show up to work. It's a new phenomena, since COVID. Show up to work in person like the rest of us. So, it doesn't work when you don't show up. And I see companies now are all going back to it. They're all going back. It's great. I watch some of the big business leaders saying, we absolutely are going back. You can't work at home. They're not working. They're playing tennis, they're playing golf, or they have other jobs. But they're not working, or they're certainly not working hard.
The man who's been golfing all week. The man who's letting an unelected wacko run the country and has literally been spotted golfing every single day this week is saying this. And I forgot with the last clip just to mention, because I was so pissed that Trump's acting like he's never interfered in other countries' elections, or that Russia didn't interfere, or that Russia spent $2 on ads. They spent hundreds of millions. But anyways, this man also, after he said that he dismantled the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. The only job of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is to protect us against predatory banks, predatory lending, like junk fees. I don't know if you really recently heard, he just did away with Biden had done something so that like predatory overdraft fees were ended. They did away with that. Watch out. Banks can now just charge you over and over and over and over again for overdraft fees. Whenever he talks about deregulation, it's to make it so corporations can prey on us. That's what he's talking about. And billionaires can prey on us. It's insane that this is real life.
COVID. Show up to work in person.
Oh, yes. And telework. And I've gone over this again. Oh, wait. And this is just a real picture. Trump just keeps golfing. This is yesterday. This is Trump yesterday talking like his attack on the federal workforce is real. It's not real. And I've gone through this over and over again. We had 9 hearings on telework that proved that what Trump is saying is a lie. 9 hearings. I just redid my statistical analysis on the federal workforce just to make sure I was still correct. It's always good to rerun the numbers, right? So I just want to prove that Trump is a liar. We were saving money. We were getting a wider talent pool. Everything was better when some people, which it's not even the majority of the federal workforce, a few people we were able to recruit people through telework. Everything was better. This is just related to the federal workforce and Trump's lies about them. So with telework, average productivity increased 3 to 13% across federal agencies implementing telework program. Task completion rates increased by 4.4% on average when comparing in-office versus telework days. People were more productive on telework. Keep tapping the screen. We're almost at 300K. I feel like only one person is tapping the screen right now. Whoever that is, just tapping those single hearts. I appreciate it. But can we please tap the screen? Thank you. We're almost at 300K. Task completion rates. So again, it's our tax dollars. And just like Congress pointed out over and over while our tax dollars were being wasted at these telework hearings, people are more productive who are offered telework. Quality metrics maintained or improved in 94% of measured cases. Time management. Average time saved from commuting 60 minutes per day per employee. Reduction in unscheduled leave usage 31%. People didn't take leave when they were offered telework. Increase in total working hours available, 5.8 hours per week per employee. Our tax dollars had people working an average of 5.8 hours more when they were able to work from home. Direct agency savings, real estate cost reduction, 1.5 to 2.3 billion annually we were saving in real estate from our tax dollars. Utility costs decreased by 23 to 28% in agencies with 50% plus teleadoption. Office supply expenses reduced by 18% on average. Interesting. Where's the downside now? Oh, Trump's a liar. I forgot. Trump couldn't find his way to paper bag to save his life, and all he's doing is purposely lying. Average commuting cost savings, $2,000 to $4,000 annually per employee. Reduced food expenses, $800 to $1,200 annually per employee. Clothing and professional attire savings, $500 to $800 annually per employee. Carbon footprint reduction, decreased commuting. Yeah, it even helps the environment when we do telework. 2.5 to 3.0 metric tons of carbon dioxide per employee annually. Damn. Building energy consumption reduction, 25 to 30% in agencies with widespread telework reduction. Paper usage reduction, 35 to 40% across participating agencies. There is no world in which telework is not better for our tax dollars. Reduced wear on transportation infrastructure, $420 billion in annual savings. Decreased parking facility requirements, 15 to 20% reduction in needed spaces. Lower office waste production, 28% reduction in waste management costs. Work-life balance. This is actually just asking the employees. Job satisfaction increased by 22% among teleworking employees. Work-life balance satisfaction rates, 87% for teleworkers versus 62% for non-teleworkers. Stress reduction reported by 75% of teleworking employees. There's no world which creates job retention, which if you don't know, one of the biggest costs when you run a business is because of turnover, people quitting. Employee retention improved by 13% in agencies with robust telework programs. Recruitment pool. So we have a wider, broader range of talent that we can recruit when we offer telework. The recruitment pool increased by 45% when offering telework options. Time to hire decreased by 9 days on average for positions offering telework. Trump is a liar. Sick leave usage decreased by 31%. Workplace injuries decreased by 28%. Health insurance claims reduced by 11%. Mental health. Stress-related health complaints decreased by 25%. Work-related anxiety reduced by 32%. Job burnout rates decreased by 18%. There is no world in which telework is not good. And then I have to hear that old orange piece of leather spew lies about it. Like, hey, there are AI apps that can do statistical analysis for you. There's no world in which this does not benefit all of us. And Trump continues to lie about it as if anyone's considered where the sources came from, it came from the Office of Personnel Management, Government Accountability Office, agency-specific telework evaluations, and the Federal Employee Viewpoint Survey. And I thought these were fascinating. Long-term savings, right? Current trends suggest, which Trump's ended this. So no more savings for our tax dollars. We're wasting money again. Potential cost savings of $5 to $7 billion annually across federal agencies. Carbon footprint reduction of 35 to 40%. Employee retention, meaning people won't quit. Employee retention improvements of 20 to 25%, and real estate cost reduction, meaning we don't need office space, of 40 to 45%. And he is a liar.
And it was just announced.
Sorry, that telework thing drives me nuts. Like, and Elmo is saying the same lies. It was just an excuse. They need an excuse to fire people. So saying either come into the office or you're fired is one of the only legal ways. That's why we had 9 telework hearings. They were setting the stage for Trump to get reelected and say, we're firing people who won't come into the office, even though every measurable statistic showed us that will cost us more money. Trump doesn't care. He's a liar.
And it was just announced, this is an interesting one. I didn't realize it was that bad for so long, but it was just announced by one of the nation's most historically accurate and respected pollsters, Rasmussen, that the number of Americans who believe our country is on the right track now exceeds those who think it's heading in the wrong direction for the first time in 20 years. Can you believe that? 20 years.
Yeah. If you didn't hear, this is one of the biggest pathological lies. He said, our most trusted pollster, Rasmussen, just so you guys know, Rasmussen is no longer in aggregate polling sources, right? Like when they, like the Washington Post, New York Times, oh my God, I'm sorry, I can't remember the one I'm thinking of. The one, it's not owned by the guy anymore. It's owned by Disney Channel. It's owned by Disney. But these huge reputable polling sources that are taking aggregates of reputable pollsters have thrown Rasmussen out because they don't use trusted statistician and polling. Like, they literally just make things up. And they were warned for years, like, hey, you need to like do some more reputable polling, or we're going to throw you out of aggregate polling. And they got thrown out. But to Trump, this is the most reliable polling. Yeah, because it's skewed and unreliable and just tells a fake story. 538. Thank you to whoever said that. Don Pablo. Amazing. See, anytime I can't remember something, Nate Silver, that's who I couldn't remember his name. It wasn't that I was trying to remember I was trying to remember his name, because people think that Nate Silver still owns 538, but Disney, he sold it to Disney. Rasmussen, Trump's most trusted polling. All the most reputable polling sites don't use it. And Nate Silver, if you don't know, I think it's called the Silver Report, where he does polling now, and he's paid by Peter Thiel. So don't trust any. Oh, it's called the Silver Bulletin. I just remembered. It's called the Silver Bulletin, and he's paid by Peter Thiel. So don't trust that either. Keep tapping the screen. Great job. You guys are amazing. Let's get to 345,000. Don't comply with Trump and let them move you out. Then turn around and sue them. Amen. Drag your heels. Stay as long as possible. And then here come and that's the saddest part. What we can't even factor in yet, and what sickens me, like one of my best friends, her father is a corporate labor lawyer. Like, our tax dollars have to pay all these wrongful termination lawsuits. Just understand, where is that money coming from when Trump is going to be sued? And I do want people to sue him, but no, we're paying for all of these lawsuits. When Trump sues these states, which we'll get to in a second, our tax dollars are paying for Trump to do this BS. It's sickening to me, because I want people to sue, but just know our tax dollars are paying for this weirdo to defend himself in court. And we know he's defending himself with lies. Example being when he said, oh, Elon Musk has nothing to do with Doge. Meanwhile, Trump said in an interview yesterday that Elmo is in charge of Doge. In court filings, Elmo, that's why people are always like, oh, are you a lawyer? Why are you always reading court documents? Well, I'm a historical researcher, so court documents are a primary source. And it's the last place the truth matters, right? And the truth is, in order to defend Elmo in court documents, Elmo is just a senior White House advisor. He has nothing. He's no control over Doge. That's what the Trump administration's lawyers are saying in court. Oh, and then I wanted to. So again, Trump's like the most reputable poll in all of the world. No, it's not. Here's a poll that came out this morning, though. You know me. I'm like, oh, are we looking at polls? Let's look at polls. Wait, what? Reviews from Americans on Trump's second term are mixed to negative, and I think that's accurate. And 57% say he has exceeded his authority since taking office. I think that's fair. Again, I'm trying to get to 200 subscriptions today. We're at 157. If you can subscribe, that would be highly, highly appreciated. Here, let me find the good parts of this. And I think I screenshotted some. I know we like visuals. I think I screenshotted some charts, but reviews from Americans are mixed to negative on many of his specific initiatives, and 57% say he has exceeded his authority since taking office. Overall, 43% of Americans say they support what the president has done during his first month in office, with 48% saying they oppose. Those who strongly oppose outnumber those who strongly support by 37 to 27. Let me see if I have it. Yeah, I know graphs are long. Sometimes it's harder to like see numbers written and conceive of what the hell they're saying. But I think this is the most accurate. 53. Do you approve or disapprove of the way Donald Trump is handling his job as president? 53% disapprove, right? That includes the disapproves and the strongly disapproves. And then it has the breakdowns by party, just if you're wondering. So this is the breakdown underneath, like of Democrats, 91% disapprove. Independents, though, because I find this interesting, 58% of independents, these are the people we need to shift, right? 58% say they disapprove. Of Republicans, only 12%. You're not allowed to disapprove and be a Republican. But again, Trump saying that, oh, it turns out everyone approves of what I'm doing. This poll came out this morning, and this is an actual reputable poll. Ipsos is very reputable. And again, you can screenshot this if you want. I would just suggest look up Washington Post Ipsos poll, and it has the methodology there at the bottom. Like it's basically this poll was done between February 13th and February 18th. And it's a healthy pool of 2,601 US adults, and the margin of error is 2.1%. So yeah. And Ipsos is great. Here, I just screenshotted some of the interesting ones. Overwhelming majority of Americans say Trump should follow federal court rulings. I thought this was fascinating because this, across the board, even Republicans want Trump to do what the courts say, and he's not doing it. Like, look at this. 84% overall say Trump should follow federal court rulings. Well, why don't you follow the news and realize he's not doing that? 92% of Democrats, 82% of independents. But I thought the Republicans were fascinating. 79% are like, follow federal court rulings. Well,
you know that paper is more sophisticated now than computers.
Wait, oops. Hold on. I'm afraid. Okay, sorry. I just got some weird thing. It like sounded like I missed a puzzle piece, but I definitely got the puzzle piece. Tracy, thank you for subscribing. I couldn't have missed a puzzle piece. You guys don't hear them anymore, but they pop up on my screen. Hopefully this is not. Well, I tried to click on the notice and it didn't lead me to another puzzle piece. So again, I thought that was fascinating. Okay, Republicans, if 79% of you want Trump to follow court rulings, he's not following them. So what now? Like, what do we do now? Most say Trump has exceeded his presidential authority. I thought this was a good one. Ooh, it's a sub wave. Can we get 3 more subs? Let's get 3 more subs. We have a sub wave going. Thank you, Jan, for resubscribing. You're awesome. So again, US 57% when you average everyone. Since taking office, do you think Trump has acted within his authority as president or gone beyond his authority as president? 57% say he's gone beyond his authority as president. 92% of Democrats, 61% of independents. That's good to see. Independents seem to be at least partially following the news. And 20% of Republicans. Republicans are in a cult. Tell me without telling me you're not allowed to have actual opinions on what's going on in the world. They can't even answer questions, honestly. It's delusional. More Americans disapprove of Musk. Oh yeah, this was a good one too. I don't know what is a username. Thank you for subscribing. I don't know what I don't know what is a username. Low frequencies. Thank you for subscribing. Awesome. We achieved our subwave. We're winning.
Sophisticated now than computers.
Okay. Look at this. So look at this. Do you approve or disapprove of the job that Elmo is doing within the federal government? Disapprove 49%. 85% of Democrats, again, seems like 52% of independents do not like Musk. And it's so fascinating to me because, again, if you're following the news, you know that Musk is lying pathologically, right? He's not rooting out waste, fraud, abuse. He's firing people that were investigating him. And then citing numbers from the inspector generals that Trump fired. And only 15% of Republicans say that an unelected weirdo rooting through our personal information. Only 15% of them could say they don't approve of that. That's fascinating. They just can't be wrong, I think.
Like a fiddle. He played him like a fiddle. That's an expression we use, yes, sir, to say that he's pretty easy. A dictator without elections. Zelensky better move fast or he's not going to have a country left. Got to move fast.
This man yesterday called Zelensky a dictator. Meanwhile, he's on his knees with Putin in his mouth. An actual dictator who has actually influenced elections in his country over and over, has unalived his opponents in elections, kept them in the gulag, and then they ended up dead. But Trump is saying Zelensky is a dictator. This is, God, it's a full-time job being in Putin's pocket. I've talked about this before, but there is no daylight between conservative rhetoric and the Kremlin. Trump spews Russian state media propaganda now 24 hours a day. 24 hours a day, Russian state media propaganda.
A dictator without elections. Zelensky better move fast or he's not going to have a country left. Got to move fast.
What's your response, Congressman? President Zelensky is not a dictator. He was a duly elected president of Ukraine. It's just stunning that Donald Trump continues to just lie so effortlessly to the American people. We know that President Zelensky is a champion for democracy, freedom, and truth, and an important ally to the United States of America. It's shocking, but I guess not surprising, that Donald Trump continues to play footsie with Vladimir Putin, a sworn enemy of the United States of America.
And I'll give you some good news, which if you don't subscribe to Midas Touch, I don't know who gets these updates or not. I don't know. Because I do. If there's one place, because they give me such good information. I have a business subscription because it helps me provide information to you guys. But I don't know if everyone gets these updates from Midas Touch, but Midas Touch just surpassed Joe Rogan, officially pretty much. I mean, they've been kind of flip-flopping back and forth on the digital media rankings, but Midas Touch is pretty much now consistently beating Joe Rogan. They're the #1 podcast in the country. And I've talked about this a little bit, how Trump has tried Midas Touch, the people that run Midas Touch, they're pretty much primarily lawyers. right? So, and Trump has tried to mention them in legal documents. He's tried to come after them, then like backtrack. They sued Margarine once in 2022. That's when I first became aware of who Ben Meiselas was. It was because he was suing Margarine and I hated her. And I think he made her pay like, I can't even remember, like he won the lawsuit and then she had to pay like $10,000 to like a charity or something. I can't even remember. But yeah, like, so they want, Trump is like continually threatening Midas Touch. Like MAGA supporters are sending them D threats all the time. They're just like, oh, do sue us for defamation because we're not ABC News. Like, you're going to have to sit for that deposition and we can't wait. Like, a lot of those people that work together, like, they met in the legal field, like, working on opposite sides of cases and whatnot. So, no, I've hated Marge since the very beginning, since she was chasing poor high school students around who were victims of violence. Oh, I need to. Low Frequencies, thank you for subscribing. Digitally Challenged, I love that name. Thank you for subscribing. Sean Thriller 35, thank you for subscribing. Unicorn Pink Heart Purple Heart B Purple Heart Pink Heart Unicorn, thank you for subscribing. I love that. I feel like it's very Lisa Frank of you, that name. I feel like you have Lisa Frank Trapper Keepers at home that you use every day. But yeah, so if you don't know, and I could pull up, actually, two of my screens went to sleep that I've connected to my Mac. But I think I could actually find because sometimes we need some good news, and it is driving. Like, if I'm not mistaken, I think Rupert Murdoch just attacked them for this. Oh, and I missed it. Thank you, Locke. I love that name. That's a really cool name. And you have a German Shepherd as a picture. Love it. For the knowledge, logic, and eloquence. That is the biggest compliment ever. Thank you for the $10. Have a great day. And that I feel like I need to frame. Thank you so much. I want to find this stuff about Midas Touch because that's why I play things for Midas Touch. I appreciate so much what they're doing. Let me find some of these posts that they put out.
You know that paper is more sophisticated now
I
than
thought
computers.
I bookmarked this. Oh, here we go. Sorry. I got confused. Breaking news. No, that's not it. I thought I saved this one. Hold on. Oh, yeah. I didn't imagine. Okay, it's real. Fox wants to shut down Midas Touch. Okay, this one's from 6:06 a.m. Rupert Murdoch is pissed at us and attacking us. This is just like an update at 6:06 a.m. from Ben Meiselas. Yeah, today. It came this morning. I was not imagining this. The Murdoch versus the Meiselas brothers, me versus Hannity, Pope versus Jesse Waters, Dina Dahl, and he's listing all the lawyers, and KFA versus Laura Ingraham and Kayleigh McEnany, the Midas Mighty versus the Fox fascist zombies. This is going to get interesting as pro-democracy media clashes with Trump state regime media. Midas Touch Network versus Fox. Yesterday, Murdoch ordered his publications to attack the interview I did with Jim Acosta. And if you don't know, Jim Acosta left CNN. He's now on Substack, and he's doing interviews with like the Lincoln Project and Rick Wilson. He was on the Midas Touch Network. And Jim Acosta is calling for people to boycott the media. Like CNN, everyone, right? And to focus on places like Midas Touch that are actually delivering real news. So the headline for Murdoch's New York Post yesterday read, ex-CNN host Jim Acosta faces backlash after he compares Caroline Leavitt to kid who Sorry, I don't know why my thing was paused. Joanne, thank you for upgrading your subscription. Sorry, I thought that was a puzzle piece again, but one did not pop up. Yeah, don't mess with Acosta. This is how these scoundrels launder their lies and disinformation. What's really going on here is what I said was happening yesterday. Fox and Murdoch are terrified of Midas Touch Network, which now gets more views than Fox and more downloads than Joe Rogan. They're trying to scare away guests like Jim Acosta from coming on our network by attacking us as soon as the interviews aired. This is being directed from the top by Murdoch, exactly as I predicted. It's true too. I mean, this is absolutely accurate. I love that Midas Touch is now getting more downloads than Joe Rogan, and they're all mad about it. And that's the facts. Like, think about it. Everyone's getting their news from the internet. Podcast is Midas Touch. That's great. Yeah, Caroline, Jer, you came up with that. Didn't you? I thought it was you. I'm not taking credit for Jer's calling Carol. If you don't know Carolyn Leavitt, she's the press secretary. I believe she's like 27 years old. She's married to like a 59-year-old or something. And yeah, she said on her first day of the White House that she would not lie. And in order to work for Trump, you have to pathologically lie over and over and over and over. Janice, thank you for subscribing. Appreciate you. I think I forgot to. Oh, thank you, Simrock, for the giveaway subs. Yeah, and then Under Herb Spell, like that, received a sub. Okay, thank you. Sorry, it's hard to follow these. And thank you again, Janice, for subscribing. You're amazing. Thank you for all your support, I should say. But again, if it seems like we're not gaining any ground, the number one podcast in America is now Midas Touch. And this has been consistently, and it took a while because like sometimes Rogan in downloads, that's like pretty intense. Oopsies, sorry. Sometimes the screen gets bigger. So I just thought that was worth
satellites. I love Ukraine, but Zelensky has done a terrible job. His country is shattered, and millions of people have unnecessarily died. And you can't bring a war to an end if you don't talk to both sides. You got to talk. They haven't been talking for 3 years.
Now, this is the man who's having negotiators go to Saudi Arabia, and he invited Russia there and the US, and MBS will be there, but he did not invite Zelensky. And now he's spewing this lie as if he's not cutting Zelensky out. This is the guy that's cutting Europe out, cutting NATO out, cutting Ukraine out. And I've said this over and over. The number one goal of a malignant narcissist is to blame the victim. Think about what you've heard Trump say. Whoever he victimizes is always at fault. Hey, it's Stormy Daniels' fault that Trump victimized her. It's every person's fault who was ever a victim of Donald Trump. It's your fault for falling for it. And I thought this was really good because Ron Filipkowski was talking about these clips, and he was saying whether it's women he assaults, people he defrauds, police officers defending the Capitol, or countries being invaded by murderous dictators, Trump always blames the victims. And when you hear this, just listen for it now. It is always the victim's fault. They blame Ukraine. If I hear one more, so many Ukrainians have died, it's horrific, I just care about Ukrainians and Zelensky are you kidding me? If you care, then you care about the person being accused by the International Criminal Court of committing horrific atrocities there. You care about the aggressor invading. Do you know what Trump's solution is to this? Trump has said that 50% of any Ukrainian minerals pulled out of the ground needs to go. 50% of any rare minerals pulled out of the ground, he's just taking. Now, if you're a 23-year-old idiot, you might think, wow, yeah, like we're going to make money. We don't get anything. That's for Trump's billionaires. That's for billionaires and corporations to profit off of. We don't see any of that. This isn't a socialized country. This isn't Norway, where they pull oil out of the North Sea and then that funds universal health care. You get nothing. Just to be clear, he's shaking down Ukraine, threatening them. He's doing a Queen's mob boss. He's leveraging them. Zelensky said no, but I'm just telling you, don't be stupid enough to think that benefits you. It does not. Thank you, K-Press, for subscribing. And Joanne, I think I said that. Joanne, for upgrading your subscription. And K-Press, did I miss any? I don't think so. Thank you guys so much. But this is what he's doing. The constant lies never end.
But think of it, a modestly successful comedian. President Zelensky talked the United States of America into spending $350 billion to go into a war that basically couldn't be won, that never had to start and never would have started if I was president, not even a chance. And it didn't start for 4 years, never would have started. But a war that he, without the U.S. and Trump, will never be able to settle. They'll never settle that war without our involvement. That's why they did such a great job this weekend. That's why Saudi Arabia did such a great job this weekend in hosting. The United States has spent $200 billion more than Europe, and Europe's money is guaranteed.
Yeah, that's a lie.
They get their money back. It's a form of a loan. Nobody knows that. I know that. I said, why isn't somebody saying, we do it the same way? And we spent much more money. We have to equalize. But while the United States gets nothing back, so they get their money back. It's a loan. We just give our money. And we had a deal based on rare earth and things, but...
No, that's something Trump made up. Trump made that up, that now him and his corporate cronies that got him elected are now going to benefit from the minerals under the ground. And to the tune of 50%. That's never was a previously agreed on deal. It's just something Trump started mentioning on Truth Social. Same thing with Greenland. Just understand that. They want the minerals as the ice cap melts. They want the minerals underneath. If you think that you are benefiting from those minerals, you're not. Trump and other corporations and billionaires are going to divide that up. You get nothing. We get nothing. It's not like he's like, oh, I'm going to invade other countries and then use the spoils of war to get you some health care. We get nothing.
Broke that deal, but they broke it 2 days ago. We had a deal because I said, we're spending $350 billion and Europe gets their money back in the form of a loan, and we don't. We're just giving the money hand over fist. That's the Biden administration for you.
I just can't express how much of this is a lie. Like, just everything this man is saying is a lie. Europe has spent way more on Ukraine. The cash we gave is a loan. Just to be clear, like it's whatever billion, like it is a loan. And what we did do, and again, that's to fuel the military industrial complex, right? Which is where there is waste, fraud, and abuse. We just sent them old weapons so they could produce new weapons that the United States government then buys. We are lords of war. We are the #1 arms dealers in the world. War is how we fuel our own economy. And again, if you don't know that, then you are an idiot who's being grifted by another idiot. Welcome to reality.
But in particular, we have to thank Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman for hosting these historic talks. And talks that went very, very well. Steve was there.
The talks were a billionaire, Steve Witkoff, just a random billionaire who's involved in Trump's crypto grifts and oil and gas, Mohammed bin Salman, and Russia. Zelensky was not there. NATO was not there. And he's saying he did something. It's giving Abraham Accords all over again, which was a press release where he said he had negotiated peace in the Middle East But and this was specifically about Palestine, but no one who was legally authorized to negotiate for the Palestinians was invited. This is what Trump does. He pretends like he did something that never happens. I don't know what is a username. Thank you for upgrading your subscription. Thank you so much. This, I know. This is what exactly. Look up the Abraham Accords. He did not a GD thing. If he had done something, do you think October 7th would have happened? The biggest sign, and then he's like, never would have happened if I was president. No, you said you handled it with your fake press release that was the Abraham Accords. So weird that everyone disregarded it. This is the same thing. Him saying he did something he never did.
Steve Witkoff was there, and Michael was there, Michael Waltz and others, and they really went, well, it's a big step. We got to get that war over with. You have to see the people that are dying. I look at the pictures, the satellite pictures of the field. It's a level field, and it looks like a modern day version of Gettysburg, and you know what that means. It is just carnage. It's horrible. And it's not American soldiers, it's not even soldiers from the Middle East in the case of Ukraine, Russia, but it's people, it's young people from Russia and Ukraine mostly that are just being decimated. It's flat fields, and a bullet goes, and a bullet only stops when it hits somebody. And the level of people being killed in that battle, soldiers.
Yeah, I don't need to tell you that it's not flat. I mean, you could look at the topography of Ukraine and Russia and figure out that nothing this man is saying is actually making any sense, but whatever. Again, Trump didn't include Ukraine, made up a deal, and it says Ukraine violated it by basically saying, no, we're not going to turn over 50% of our minerals underneath our feet to the United States. He tried to extort him. He literally did a Queen's mob boss extortion and then was like, oh, he didn't agree to it. I guess he broke the terms of the ceasefire. Like, what? It's hard to believe we're even... And this is from this morning. Okay, so this is yesterday. And he's saying all these crazy, insane things. And then, believe me, I'm going to clip this entire press conference. The press conference that happened this morning in the White House is, I mean, if Trump is a pathological liar, in order to work for him, you have to be a pathological liar. These people just had a 2-hour press conference of pathological lying. Like you said, Mike Waltz, who was with Steve Witkoff at this sham, was talking this morning. It's just like, God, he's made a liar out of you all.
The president has called Zelensky a dictator. Does he view Putin as a dictator? And does he want Zelensky out of power? I know he's called for elections. And then thirdly, the head of the Defense Committee in Ukraine's parliament just has claimed that the U.S. has stopped selling weapons to Ukraine. Is that true?
Well, most of our weapons that have gone to Ukraine have been part of a drawdown authority where we've literally taken them out of our stocks and then eventually through appropriations started buying them again to refill our stocks. I'll just state.
So he's saying what I just told you guys. That this is the only part of truth that he's saying. That's what happens. We gave old weapons to Ukraine, and then through how we fund our military, we give the military $1 trillion a year. It's insane, or just under 900 billion. And then we basically fund them every year, creating new updated weapons, and they replenish their stocks. That's how this works.
That there has been a lag in a lot of that process. So many of our stocks, as we look at our operations around the world, are becoming more depleted. That's one of the reasons many people have had a lot of concern about when does this end? How much is it going to take? How many lives will be lost? How much will we spend? As a member of Congress, we repeatedly asked the Biden administration those questions, and
that would depend on when you all grow a spine and blame the authoritarian aggressor that has attacked one of our allies. This is pure gaslighting. Pure gaslighting. Again, blaming Ukraine for being invaded. blaming the victim. It's like, and I just want to explain how crazy this is. If you were the victim of a home invasion, it's like Trump doing a press conference and saying, can you believe Sally was dumb enough to have her home invaded? Now the people that invaded her home are dying. People inside Sally's home died, and it's Sally's fault. Sally's an idiot because her home was invaded. That is the reality of what they're doing. They're saying, hey, if your home was invaded and it's your fault. This is delusion in its highest form, and you should consider it an insult to your intelligence. If you are MAGA and you believe this sounds good, you're an idiot. I can't help you. I suggest doing some basic Google searches. AI can help you figure out what's what. Sorry, I'm just making. Oh, Whole Hammy, thank you so. Whole Hammy, that's funny. Thank you so much for subscribing.
Never got a satisfactory answer. Look, President Trump is obviously very frustrated right now with President Zelensky. The fact that that he hasn't come to the table, that he hasn't been willing to take this opportunity that we have offered. I think he eventually will get to that point, and I hope so very quickly. But President Trump is, as we made clear to our Russian counterparts, and I want to make clear today, he's focused on stopping the fighting and moving forward. And
so I just want to be clear. When you end a war, it's typical. So I was reading a analysis of this, which I'll look it up if I feel like I have to, but otherwise I'm just going to paraphrase it because I think by now you get it, and you can just you can Google it and you'll be able to find it. But yeah, basically they are blaming the country who was invaded and saying, now we're going to leverage you guys. If you want this to end, you need to promise the United States 50% of the rare minerals that come out of the earth. And I'm trying to remember. Yeah. So just so you know, it was not a mistake when Elmo refused to turn on the Starlink satellites over Ukraine, right? We know he's been in contact with Putin. And why? Because he wanted exclusive rights to these rare minerals that Trump's now extorting him for. Just understand, none of this is happening by chance. He wanted exclusive rights to the rare minerals he needs for Teslas, right? And for his satellites and things like that. And Zelensky said no. Now they're basically extorting Zelensky and saying, hey, we never asked you to be part of these negotiations. We made this all up on our own. We're extorting you, and we're going to give away your land to Russia. And then this idiot is saying, I don't understand why they won't agree to being extorted. And you can look up what I'm saying. If you remember, Elmo refused to move the satellites over Ukraine. He also did the same thing in Taiwan. And the Wall Street Journal, Rupert Murdoch, reported on that and reported that Elmo had been in contact with Putin, who was speaking for Xi and asking Elmo to not turn on Starlink over Taiwan, to cut them off from internet access. This is what Elmo does. And why would Elmo do that for Xi Jinping? That's where all his Tesla factories are. He tried to commandeer Ukraine's minerals. Zelensky said no. Now they're extorting him for the minerals. Is it all beginning to make sense here? Oh, yeah, he was being investigated for that. Absolutely. He's being investigated for all of this stuff. He's firing everyone who has investigated him. This is real life. Actually, let me make sure I'm not skipping some things, because there's some things at the beginning of today that I think are important. I started at the end. Oh, yeah. Actually, I think I'm going to go back to the beginning because some of this stuff is really important. And it'll tee up the horrors of what... G-Doll, thank you for subscribing for 12 months. How amazing. You're amazing. And I appreciate you so, so much. We're trying to get back to 200 subscribers on TikTok. If you can subscribe or buy subscriptions and give them to other people in the chat, that is much appreciated. I'm just trying to make sure we get to the most important stuff and not just Elmo and Trump complaining in the White House. Wait, let me give you some backstory. And this is going to become really apparent. If you don't watch the broadcast on Tuesdays, I don't do the People's Receipts on Tuesdays. I do this show with Dr. Danny. She's amazing. And Mandy. And we talk about specifically about how conservative policy is unaliving women and children. If you don't know, the party of conservatives, we love women and children. The infant mortality rate is skyrocketing in states with AV bans. Babies are unaliving. It's the strangest thing. You don't give women access to health care, and all of a sudden, the infant mortality rate is skyrocketing in the South. Who bought all these subscriptions? Sirmarok, you sent 20 subs. Thank you so much. I think that's who did it. Yeah, it's so hard for me to tell. Thank you so much for giving everyone subs. That's amazing. Thank you. Oh my gosh, wait. Is there more? Marion Argyris. Tessa received a script. Is that who did it? Did I get it right or wrong? Or you're giving these? I'm sorry, it's so hard to tell from here who all subscribed. I think I got it right the first time. That's who bought 20 subscriptions and then you're assigning them. Thank you, Sir Marok. Thank you, Sir Marok. Yeah. Thank you, Sir Merrick. Okay, that makes more sense. God, I just have to don't listen to me. Sir Eric? Yeah, got the sir there at the beginning. That's much more likely. I'm a mess. But, God. Ugh, I should not be allowed to read things live. I don't know.
What would you have us do?
Name is Medieval Mullet. That's hilarious. Okay, good. I got history. This is what I was trying to get. Who knows who Michael Steele is? If you don't watch the broadcast on Tuesdays, I was doing this huge explanation of how Christian nationalism is unaliving women and children through conservative policy in America. It's been a theme. It's going to be a continued theme because I can literally tie it all back to conservative policy. And while I was part of me pointing out conservative policy is unaliving women and showing the numbers is also me showing who's really hurting women and children, which are conservatives. And one of those people I was highlighting was the head of CPAC, Matt Schlapp, who won't stop diddling men. Right? Like, this is an ongoing thing for years. He paid out a lawsuit a year ago. And in my research of Matt Schlapp, he's not just the head of if you don't know what CPAC stands for, oh, don't worry, you're going to find out tomorrow. Because I did not know when I started doing all this reporting on Matt Schlapp again attacking another man. The CPAC conference bought these subscriptions? Wait, I need to figure. Digitally Challenge gifted the subs. Thank you so much. Merrick was one of the knights of the round table who was a werewolf. Oh my God, I love that. Thank you, Digitally Challenged. I love learning something. White Mountain Walker subscribe. Oh, I love that name too. Don't get me started. A Girl Has No Name is a Game of Thrones reference. But again, so in the CPAC, which stands for Conservative Political Action Committee, it started this morning. The owner, Matt Schlapp, last week, as I've been harping on over and over, again assaulted another man. But don't worry, We have to worry about trans people in bathrooms. No, statistics say it's not trans people in bathrooms. It's white males who keep assaulting people. It's the strangest thing. It's also not brown people or immigrants, right? We know immigrants are 30% less likely to be incarcerated than white male American citizens. So I was just overly, because I can't stand that Matt Schlapp. If you're wondering people were asking on Tuesday, how does Matt Schlapp keep getting away with this and be in such a powerful position? He's not just the head of the Conservative Political Action Committee. The parent company of that is the American Conservative Union, and he's in charge of that too. Yeah, Trump. The answer is Trump. Literally almost a year ago, it was March of last year. Well, it was a little bit before that, and I think March of when they settled the lawsuit. When this happened before, oh yeah, I know when it was. Herschel Walker's runoff campaign with
paper is more sophisticated now than
our now Georgia senator. Like, that was when he assaulted another man. A Republican man who was working on Herschel Walker's attempted Senate run, right? He didn't win, thank God. And that's when Matt Schlapp did it again. And that guy sued, and it's rumored he had to pay like $500K. So again, and in my research of Matt Schlapp, when I was showing who the real predators are, I was looking at this New York Times, like during Trump's first presidency, when Trump first got into office, the New York Times did a whole write-up on the Schlapps, Matt Schlapp and Mercedes Schlapp. And then in that article, Matt Schlapp is shitting on Michael Steele, who I know Michael Steele, and I knew he was a Republican who worked in politics. I didn't know he was the head of the Republican Party. He was the head of the Republican National Committee for a while. And Matt Schlapp was quoted as saying like, oh, we can't just put a black guy in charge because he's black, basically. That's this Michael Steele. And if you don't know, Michael Steele is now like a never Trumper who's frequently on MSNBC, and he held on to being a Republican for so long because he's like, this is my party. Like, the racism I've had to like survive, the horrific things that have happened to me and I've had to swallow to be part of the Republican Party. Like, I'm not leaving. They need to leave, you know? I don't know how he feels now, but in doing all this research, CPAC started this morning, and then also I was talking about how, actually it was Dr. Danny who was bringing up, did you see Michael Steele lose his shit this weekend? And I was like, yes. So I found this clip, because, you know, once someone brings up something.
What would you have us do?
I would actually, you know what? I'd just like you to show that you give a damn, that you got a little emotion about the fact that people are losing their jobs indiscriminately, that this individual sitting down the 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue has given absolute power to one man who brings his son into the Oval Office, whose son says to him, "You're not the president. You shouldn't be in that chair." Now, where did he get that from? He got it from his daddy, because that's what his daddy thinks of the man who brought him into the Oval Office. So I just like to see somebody wake the hell up and get excited about the fact that your country is under assault. They're not at the gate anymore. They're in your bedrooms. They're in your living rooms. They're in your businesses. They got your data, dumbass. They got all your stuff. Elon Musk has his tentacles in everything you're doing, not just off of X, but now he's in the Treasury Department. He's in the Labor Department. He's in the Department of Homeland Security. And nobody seems to give a damn. So that's all I want, somebody to show that they care enough to get off their fat ass and say something.
Oh my God, I love Michael Steele. If you don't know who Michael Steele is now, you know. You should look him up. He's great. And like, watching him get progressively more furious has been a sight to behold. And that's the truth. And when I say never forget every single Republican in Congress and moderate Democrats who didn't say a word, Let's just keep a running list of these people. And just like Trump threatens to primary people, these people can't stay. While we were being robbed, these people sat here and did nothing. You all have to go. It's unbelievable that remember when Republicans cared about privacy and they were all paranoid or like our data is going to be stolen? Well, it's been stolen. Where are all you weirdos who are suspicious of the internet? Yes, Sweet Pea, I literally just said that. 5 seconds. Yeah, Michael Steele was the former chair of the Republican Party. And we'll get into that. But I was just I'm just tying this back to Diddler, Matt Schlapp, because CPAC started this morning. And in a New York Times article where they were saying that the Schlapps were the power couple of the Trump era during his first presidency, Matt Schlapp attacked Michael Steele as the head of the Republican Party, saying, oh, we can't just elect somebody because he's black. Like it was one, and I was thinking, man, this was back in like 2016. It was like the first attack on DEI I didn't remember happened. And again, this is I just am again pointing out, this man has been golfing. If you're under the impression that Trump is working, he is not. He's golfing and speaking at Saudi investment conferences. Like, this man has been golfing every day this week. This is Rod Philip Gowsey. He's like, third day in a row. This is yesterday, was his third day in a row. Yesterday was Wednesday. That's every day. On the golf course while Musk runs the country. He didn't even know yesterday that the head of the Social Security Administration resigned and didn't know SpaceX employees were working at the FAA / Department of Defense and claimed Medicaid wasn't being cut when it's being cut massively. Yes, that's at that insane Saudi investment conference. Trump's like, oh, we're not cutting Medicaid. Have you read the budget that you backed? It's either Trump is grossly incompetent or he's a pathological liar. I think it's a combination of both. Medicaid is being cut. And again, just reminding you real quick about Matt Schlapp. This incident, the most recent incident that happened with the head of the Conservative Political Action Committee, which is basically where evangelical churches give millions of dollars to affect politics. This is the guy in charge of it. CPAC started this morning, and it's a spewing of Russian propaganda and other lies that will harm women. This is what this guy is doing. And I read this article on Tuesday. You can watch the episode of the broadcast. I explained exactly what he did, but it is fucking disgusting. And this is almost a year ago today, the last time he did it to the guy working on the Herschel Walker runoff campaign, and they had to settle that lawsuit. His insurance company had to settle it for like $500,000. So this is a pattern of behavior from this weirdo. Just saying. This is going to be disturbing, but this conference just started this morning, so I will probably clip more of it later, but this is JD Vance. If you want to know where the hell is JD Vance, he showed up at CPAC this morning, which is run by a known diddler of men who professes to be a Christian and say that the LGBTQI is out to get us all. Meanwhile, he's assaulting people left and right. This is JD Vance spewing literal Russian state media propaganda, word for word.
Interviews I did, it was, I think 6 or 7 days after the inauguration, and somebody asked me, well, it's been 6 days. What have you guys done to fix the inflation crisis created by Joe Biden? I'm like, well, first of all, it's been 6 days. We've done a lot in 6 days, but it's going to take some time to fix what Joe Biden broke over 4 years. And we know it is easy, unfortunately, to burn the house down. It takes a little bit of time to build it back up. And here's what we have to do. Because look, the fundamental goal of our immigration policy, policy, of our border policy, of DOGE saving taxpayer money. The fundamental goal is we want your children and grandchildren to be able to raise a family in security and comfort in the country that we all love. That is the whole goal of President Trump's agenda.
No, it's not. You have to be joking. Then there would be tax cut. That you would be doing something to benefit the middle class. Oh, I just want to say, Joby1, thank you for extending to a 3-month renewal for your subscription, and Starlight15 subscribed. Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys. Again, I'm trying to keep. It's just hard to read those. I wish there was an easier. There's got to be a better way to find a list on here. Hold on 1 second. Stop my computer from going to sleep. So again, this lie. And by the way, Trump said on day one, don't take it up with us, weirdo, because we're holding Trump to his campaign promises. He said on day one, he was going to make things cheaper. He's made nothing cheaper. And by the way, Joe Biden, and again, if you are an idiot, and I'm just going to have to say it now, I'm just going to have to say those words because that's what you are at this point. You're telling me that you're an idiot that believes this lie, right? If you are dumb enough to blame Joe Biden for Donald Trump adding the third most to the deficit in modern presidential history, okay, Joe Biden lowered the deficit in his 4 years. Trump added the third most to the deficit in history. Trillions. That's the difference. Joe Biden actually lowered the deficit. And again, Joe Biden had to overcome Trump's egregious spending and Trump's tariffs bringing in nothing. And when I say egregious spending, I mean the 2017, the TCJA, the tax cuts for corporations and billionaires, right? And what is Trump doing now? What do we know? Inflation increased. We have been seeing inflation decrease. I mean, other than a few months, it held steady or whatever. But what was inflation in 2022? Was it like 11% or something? I don't want to exaggerate, but I'm pretty sure. Wasn't it at 11%
that paper is more
in 2022
than computers?
And what Joe Biden did, and listen, MAGA, if anyone here is from MAGA, here's your chance to learn something. What Joe Biden did is create jobs. What Joe Biden did was recover the best in the G7 from the pandemic. You'd have to be an idiot like J.D. Vance to blame Joe Biden for a pandemic, right? But what he did was make sure during the worst time for the entire world that of any developed country, we recovered the fastest. We drove inflation down the fastest. I'm sorry you had to experience discomfort. That is not Joe Biden's fault. But what he did was recover from a worldwide pandemic better than anyone else. Now, no one made Donald Trump spew pathological lies. No one made Donald Trump run on, don't worry, I have the secret, and on day one, I'm going to lower the price of eggs. I'm going to lower the price of gas. I'm going to lower inflation. And what we know is inflation went up. The first measure of inflation while Trump is in office is that it went up. And I'm not just talking about volatile inflation like food and energy, right? Core inflation increased. I'm just here telling you the truth. That Trump has no idea how to fix pricing. No one can. And that's what everyone told you over and over. And now he's saying that it's Democrats' fault that Trump lied pathologically and can't deliver on his lies. The eggs are at the highest they have ever been in recorded history. Wholesale eggs are above $8. Meanwhile, Trump is taking research dollars from the NIH, the people that would protect us and provide us information about pandemics. Trump is crippling them. So if you're worried about the bird flu, God, who was it? It's some senator. It's either a senator or representative from Texas was basically like, oh, thank Donald Trump for this. And then it's like, we have a measles outbreak in Texas. Yeah. Then you shouldn't pause the NIH from doing research work and disappear medical health data. Yeah, there is a measles outbreak in Texas. It's the weirdest thing. And Trump is hiding all of it.
Cannot rebuild Western civilization. We cannot rebuild or Europe by letting millions and millions of unvetted illegal migrants come into our country. It has to stop. Thank God it stopped here, but it's got to stop there.
This is a lie. America was built on migration, but again, just want you to know what you are hearing is Russian propaganda. This is word for word Russian propaganda. This is what far-right fringe parties, like schmaltzy parties, like the AfD in Germany, this is exactly the propaganda they spew. And what is happening is, and I was talking about this Tuesday, is they say they're protecting Christians, right? This is what Trump and JD Vance say they're doing. They say that we partnered with leftist woke people in Europe, and they're going to undo that and partner with the real Christians. They're saying the real Christians are far-right fringe parties. And they are going to reroute U.S. aid to those parties and those people that they say are deserving of it. This is what the same rhetoric Putin uses, Hungary uses, right? It's about denying brown people from immigrating to Western civilization. And now this is the talking points of these people, which we know prior to Trump ever coming near the White House, we had reduced encounters at the southern border by 75%. I will debate any idiot on immigration who doesn't understand it. If you think that Joe Biden didn't handle our immigration problem, then you just can't read, because he did. And also, I would invite anybody who's confused about why people showed up at our southern border to actually look into that. Every time we destabilize economies to the south of us, those people have to flee. The number one driver of crime is what? Poverty. When we sanction people like threatens to, when we tariff people like Trump threatens to, when we devalue people's currency like Trump does because he's angry, right? When we cause economic unrest in countries that have a land bridge to us, they show up at our southern border. So this is just Russian propaganda. And JD Vance did this in Munich last week. But yeah, every word of this is what they say in Europe, far-right fringe parties use to try and deny immigrants.
We cannot rebuild Western civilization. We cannot rebuild the United States of America or Europe by letting millions and millions of unvetted illegal migrants come into our country. It has to stop. Thank God it stopped here. And a related issue, Mercedes, is you can't just stop it. You have to allow European peoples, and of course the American people too, to raise issues about it.
Right.
You have to allow free speech to debate this stuff. You have to stop doing.
So again, I want to explain to you how this is Russian propaganda. When he's saying free speech is being eliminated, he's talking about far-right schmaltzy groups being racist. He's saying that that's all free speech. This is what Russia says. This is what extremist parties in Germany say, that, hey, us being racist and saying we only want white people here, that's just free speech. And it should be debated. That's what he's saying. So I want you guys, when you hear this, to understand, because it sounds so innocuous. It's just like, hey, it's no big deal. He's saying, again, remember the guy that worked for Elmo at Doge, that they found that he was saying all this racist stuff about Indian Americans, by the way. Sorry, I don't know why that paused for a second. It wasn't a puzzle piece. But JD Vance's kids are half white, half Indian American, right? Like his partner, Usha, is Indian. This kid, Mark Elez, was found to have said all of these racist things. He resigned, and JD Vance lobbied and said, we shouldn't ruin a kid's life for just saying a couple things that are inappropriate. Should we ruin his life? He's just a kid. That's what he's talking about when he says free speech. He is lobbying for bigoted speech to be allowed and saying that's just us debating the immigration issue.
Things to the populations of the world. You've got to give the populations of the world the opportunity to speak up and say, no more of this BS. We want borders. We want sovereignty. We want to be able to speak our own mind in our own country.
From Putin's mouth to JD Vance's lips. That is literally like the Hungary. What's that dictator's name? Oh my God, I forgot. Who hosted a CPAC conference in Hungary. This is what they say when they expel brown people. Exactly what we're doing now. This is a model used by other Orban. Thank you, Viktor Orban. This is that rhetoric. Oh, we're just protecting people and allowing free speech. So schmazzies could march in the streets and attack brown people and be bigots and racist. And that's free speech. And everyone should have the right to say how they feel. Meanwhile, real numbers, if anyone can read, thank you. Thank you for the I love you. If anyone can read, our economy is dependent on these people, not just our economy, but the solvency of Social Security. They're paying into Social Security and Medicare and never taking the money back out. I was going over this when I was debating on Monday with people. This country is biting off your nose to spite your face. Like, sure, we need more labor laws and no one should be an undocumented worker in this country, right? Like that's, I need to. What is a mark of love? Let's find out. Sorry, I'm trying a new gift for my gift goal. So I needed to update that a while ago. I did it. I think it's like a stamp. We'll find out. Anyways, but yeah, just understand. That's what it is. I used to love those stamps that had different things on them, like my mom used to be a teacher, so I used to always play with stamps like this. I love them.
I think that our culture sends a message to young men that you should suppress every masculine urge. You should try to cast aside your family. You should try to suppress what makes you a young man in the first place. And I think that my message to young men is don't allow this broken culture to send you a message that you're a bad person because you're a man, because you like to tell a joke, because you like to have a beer with your friends.
You see what he's doing? Same thing he just did with immigrants. He's now saying it's cool to be a misogynist. It's cool to be a bigot. People are trying to stop men from being horrific. Do you see? This is the same rhetoric that comes out of Russia that oppresses women. This is the rhetoric. It's, men are being oppressed. Always attack the victims, right? It's always the victims who are guilty, right? We know. Then they're trying to convince us. And meanwhile, imagine like how these two issues cross with each other. They're trying to convince us that immigrants are attacking women when we know there's no statistical correlation between immigration in this country. Not saying there isn't anywhere, just speaking of this country, that doesn't exist. I am safer as a single woman if I move to a neighborhood of immigrants. I will be less likely to be victimized there than if I live in a neighborhood of white men. Meanwhile, this weirdo is continuing to spew bigoted rhetoric and say, men, it's fine if you're a bigot and you want to get drunk and be a bigot. It's just too bad that people are trying to stop men from being Oh, sorry. I really don't know. That's not me. That's TikTok. Said to the endless patience required for you to research this for us. I know. I get so depressed sometimes while watching these videos. I get depressed by being gaslit and lied to. Thank you. 24 hours a day by people like JD Vance. We met our gift goal. Truly, that's what it is. If you're looking for the liars, they're the conservative party. They're stealing from us and lying about it 24 hours a day. Here, let's finish. Sorry, I'm just updating the gift goal because we met that one so fast.
Or because you're competitive. It's our message, the cultural message, and I think the president's and mine is the exact opposite, but our cultural message is, I think that it wants to turn everybody, into, whether male or female, into androgynous idiots who think the same, talk the same, and act the same. We actually think God made male and female for a purpose, and we want you guys to thrive as young men and as young women, and we're going to help with our public policy to make it possible to do that.
Meanwhile, the head of this conference is assaulting men in real time. This guy won't stop diddling men and being caught doing it publicly, doing it for everyone to see. And actually, that story I showed you that I said was reported on last week, and I never, like, of course, men are victims of SA, but that story is what happens to women every single day. And Dr. Danny was pointing that out. It's basically about Matt Schlapp, the head of CPAC, while he sits here and encourages men to be bigots and misogynists and spews Russian propaganda. The head of CPAC basically was following a man around, a straight man whose partner was at this bar. There's like dozens of witnesses who all saw this. It's also on camera. He's following this man around and groups of men around. And like, women, this happens to us every day if you go to a bar or club, just getting so unnecessarily close, even though there's space for him not to be that close, and forcing men to like rub their body against him until finally, like, the final incident was just him grabbing the man's genitals. How many times has that happened to you as a woman at a bar where someone just grabs you in a crowd or is so close to you, you have to rub against them to get by? Like, that is every day of women's existence in life. Matt, the head of CPAC, did it. He didn't do it once. He's done it over and over and over again. If you just joined, you can this will be reposted to YouTube. And I started with that. CPAC started today, and Matt is assaulting men. The head of CPAC and the American Conservative Union has done it again. He did it a year ago and had to settle like a $500,000 lawsuit, and has done it again. And in the last year's lawsuit that was settled during discovery, it came out that CPAC knew of 2 more previous instances where he did this to other men. And that was added on to the lawsuit last year because it came out through discovery. So there is a long pattern of them knowing that Matt Schlapp will not stop assaulting people and covering it up. Just, whose name is Altered Carbon? Oh my God, that is, I know, isn't that like a comic? It's like a comic book, and then Netflix made it into like that show, Altered Carbon. If you have ever seen that, is one of the smartest shows ever made on Netflix. Sorry, I just saw someone's screen name was Altered Carbon, and it's like, if you haven't seen Altered Carbon on Netflix, I also think it was like a comic book series. It is fucking amazing. Everyone should watch your Altered Carbon. I feel like we're headed straight for it. Like, we should all watch it so we can see our future. Where are the log cabin Republicans these days? Oh, they're
and was before the health committee.
Sorry. They're pretty, actually, before we switch topics, because I have so many Chris Murphy videos where I love Chris Murphy. He's looking very presidential, but I need to find this. I did find one more thing on Matt Oh, yes. God, and it's Olivia Scootercaster. If you don't know who she is, she's so amazing. She's this woman who lives in New York City. She also works in DC and other places as well. Now she's got like a lot of, what is this? What is going on? Oh, I pushed the wrong button. I was like, that's my browser. That was really scary. I had no idea what was happening. So if you don't know who Olivia, or wait, I always call her Olivia. It's Olya Scootercaster is. She started she is like a reporter who would go around on a scooter in the NYC. And if you know, like such cool, crazy things happen in NYC. And she would break all these news reports by scooting around and like being on the subway. She would cover like protests and Trump rallies. She's amazing. Whenever I showed you guys that pro-life rally where the schmatz in DC, she's awesome. And so anyway, she's covering CPAC, which I'll look into because I didn't clip much of it. It started this morning, but I just clipped JD Vance being a bigot. And she was saying Matt Schlapp speaks about this CPAC convention being his last one. And people were like asking her, and she basically said, and believe me, she's a great reporter. And they're saying this is his last CPAC. And she's saying that's what he before I started recording. So I do think they're forcing him out. I don't know. Like if your insurance, because I looked it up, it's Matt Schlapp didn't pay that lawsuit, the one from March 2024. His insurance company paid it. So he's basically uninsurable at this point, and he did it again. So my guess is like he has to go. Like he can't stay there. So Olya is basically saying, oh yeah, like right before I hit record, Matt Schlapp was saying, this is my last CPAC. So maybe he actually has to effing leave. I don't know. I'm just saying. And then we can listen to what she was recording. Again, she's a journalist with obvious backstage passes to CPAC.
At least for a few years.
So Olya is saying, right before she hit record, Matt Schlapp, who's the guy on the far left right here with the white hair, is saying, oh, this is my last CPAC. And then she started recording.
At least for a few years. Because,
I don't know what's wrong with the internet, but he's saying at least for a few years. He has to go away at least for a few years. Yeah, because you keep assaulting men, you weirdo. Again, this is a married man running the Conservative Political Action Committee. This is where churches give their money to affect politics. And he continues to assault men.
At least for a few years, because the swamp's been kind of inhospitable to all of us people, and it's been a tough sell. And one of the great things about this year's CPAC is all the premium tickets sold out, Shabbat dinner sold out, women's breakfast sold out, which you did keep Gina. So we do have some tickets that are available. They're not as good. I imagine that will all end today. Getting started.
Well, everybody was saying that if they have info, they need to say something. That's all there is to it. What's your cause? What's going on? What did he say that made you mad? We want to know.
We're so happy because all they wanted was America to get out of this woke insanity, cure itself. Because if America.
He's saying, I just don't know if you guys can hear correctly. I just am going to summarize what he's saying. He's saying this is his last CPAC for a few years because the swamp doesn't making him go away. It's woke people that are forcing him out. No, it's because you won't stop attacking men and their genitals. Is my guess. Your insurance company has said they can no longer afford to insure you and you're a known predator, so now you have to go away. But he's blaming the swamp. You are the swamp, and woke ideology is forcing him out. No, it's because you keep attacking people. and you have become uninsurable. That's my guess. But I love Oya. She's great for catching that. Absolutely fabulous. And again, I'll clip more from her, like of the good. So she always has the best behind the scenes stuff at places like CPAC. I want to play this clip because I think I played you some clips of Linda McMahon, right? And I told you to watch that documentary, Mr. McMahon, to understand what Linda is up to and how she's fucking up the Department of Education. She basically wants to preside over its dismantling. Thank you, Terry. Miss Terry. Thank you so much for the $1. I appreciate you. I got it. And I played some clips of the Department of Education confirmation. I told you to watch that Mr. McMahon documentary, and I read you court documents and articles talking about how she presided over a cover-up of minors being essayed over and over and over. Ring Boys, the Ring Boy scandal. I showed you the articles of it and how very young children were victimized on Linda McMahon and Vince McMahon's watch. Well, anyways, if you want to just get into, I thought Chris Murphy made a great post about just summarizing what she plans on doing to the Department of Education.
Before the Help Committee, she came there to ask to be the last Secretary of Education. Donald Trump wants to get rid of the Department of Education, wants to destroy public schools. That's not popular anywhere in this country. That's not what Donald Trump was elected to do. But I think it's really important to hear why Linda McMahon says they need to destroy the Department of Education compared to the real reason they want to destroy the Department of Education. They say that they want to get the federal government out of the business of micromanaging teachers and administrators. Okay, now that sounds pretty good. But then, did you listen to her today? She said that the federal government, in fact, is going to step in and tell schools which after-school clubs they can have, decide whether they're DEI or not. They're going to be prescriptive as to which history courses can be taught, potentially telling schools that they can't have African American history as a topic. That's the massive micromanagement of our schools by the federal government. The exact opposite thing she says is her goal. What's the real agenda here? It's pretty simple because it's consistent throughout the whole Trump administration. They want to sell our schools off to their billionaire friends. They talk about vouchers. What they really mean is that they want private equity firms to come in, gobble up our elementary schools and our middle schools, and then they're going to sell our schools off to the highest bidder. That's disgusting. It's great for the billionaires and the millionaires and the private equity funds. It's terrible for our kids if our elementary schools are being run for profit. But they're pretty unapologetic about their agenda. It's not about solving the problem of micromanagement. They're going to do more micromanagement. What it's really about, what the destruction of the Department of Education is really about, is being able to take our public schools, our middle schools, our high schools, and our elementary schools and sell them off to their billionaires.
Amen. And I've done on the broadcast on Tuesdays, I've done a deep dive explaining school vouchers. Arizona, where I'm from, is the perfect case study of how school vouchers ruin education. We are, actually, I think we're 49 now. We were 48. I think we might have gone, we're now worse than Oklahoma. Or no, we might be 47 because Oklahoma's math scores did go down. I don't know. It depends on which survey you check. But Arizona, as a result of adopting school vouchers, are the worst in the country. And if you look up statistics, school vouchers, right, you can offer everyone a school voucher. But if poor kids don't have a ride to a private school, they can't go there. It's not just that. If they can't pay the rest of the tuition, they can't go there. And most importantly, who decides who private schools accept? Private schools. So you could have a school voucher that won't pay your kids' education. You could somehow get them to be able to take the test to get into a private school. And if they're denied, they're denied. And I've showed many examples of this. I suggest if you want a resource to know what I'm talking about, look up ProPublica. One of the main things ProPublica continues to report on is how school vouchers are being used by segregation schools in the South, particularly in places like Arkansas, Mississippi, and Louisiana, to deny brown and black kids entry into private schools, defund the public schools they go to. If you don't know what segregation schools are, I suggest just look up the ProPublica article. I can Google it and give you a name really quick. I hate not providing sources. ProPublica, Mississippi, segregation schools. Okay, Mississippi academies segregation academies in Mississippi are benefiting from public dollars as they did in the 1960s. This is not the only article, too. This is one of them. Do like actual financial analysis. Let me see if I can find the second one. Yeah. Oh, they've done more. Sorry, I don't have time to look it up right now. But yeah, just Google ProPublica segregation schools, Mississippi, and then like multiple articles will come up. That's what we should be worried about, right? They also private schools don't provide IEPs for disabled children, right? These are only rich. And I think in Arizona, I was reading through a statistical analysis. It's like 97% of vouchers are used by white children. It's the same thing with voter ID. Republicans did studies on who's less likely to have voter ID. Brown and black people. Let's create voter ID laws. Brown and black people are less likely to have the additional funding, transportation, or just ability to get private schools to accept their children. Oh, let's defund public schools and give vouchers. It's not brain surgery. Oh, and here's what's going on in New York. So Donald Trump has this all-out assault going on New York City. I was telling you guys all the ways, right? They're coming after New York shield laws who are protecting doctors who are providing women's health care in maternal health deserts in the South, right? They're attacking, there's a suit going from Texas. They criminally indicted the same doctor in Louisiana. That's just one way. Another way is they are suing the MVD in New York for green light laws because they protect New Yorkers' data and they won't hand over NVD records to Tom Homan for their immigration, to try to trap immigrants in New York City. They're suing them there. And again, this is all because Trump is a convicted felon because of the state of New York. Any way that Trump can punish the state of New York, he will punish them. Understand that is 100% what is going on. The state of New York is the only state to ever hold Trump accountable civilly or criminally. And he is pissed about it, right? He had to flee New York and become a resident of Florida because of it. That's why he's mad. So he randomly said that he's repealing congestion pricing. If you don't understand, I mean, I lived in New York for like 6 months for work and I love Manhattan, but man, is there so much pollution and people crossing the toll bridges at certain times. Congestion pricing is an extra toll when you enter New York City during the worst periods of time. And it's like below 61st Street. I'm sorry. You can look this up if you want. And if you don't understand Manhattan, this is not going to make any sense. I don't think it's below 61st Street. If you enter through one of the bridges, then you pay an extra toll, right? And then this money is basically used. If you've ever been on New York they need to make a bunch of money to update the subway system and different things to do with transportation. It's how they're going to pay for their transportation system. And Trump just announced that he's canceling it, which I've read a lot of articles on this. Most of all the law professors at universities in New York are like, yeah, he can't do any of this. But he's trying it because, and I want you to think, he fled New York for Florida, land of toll bridges. You can't get on the effing has anyone ever heard of a sun pass? You can't get on the damn freeway in Florida without paying the state of Florida money. So if this is about like, I don't like tolls, then maybe start with Florida. I've lived in Miami. I've lived in Florida. Well, I've lived in multiple places. I also lived in Destin, which they don't call the redneck Riviera. But as someone who has had to have both the sun pass and experience the tolls in New York, this is just a campaign against New York. Like Florida, if you can't go anywhere in Florida without paying the state money, it's a crime. You can't get on the turnpike. Yeah, it's ridiculous. So if he's like, "Oh, I'd have a problem with tolls," then I'd be like, "Yeah, they're annoying." Like, but obviously he doesn't, because he's fine with Florida robbing people every single day. This is a New York Times article. If you are interested in reading more, faces tall legal hurdles. That's the nice way of putting it. Lawyers are like, this man's out of his mind, basically. And again, I just wanted to give you guys some information if you don't know about New York City's plan to fight traffic. I mean, you can't do anything in New York. I actually agree with it, and people are dying of asthma. You just haven't lived until you've experienced the pollution and the gridlock that is New York City. Most drivers began paying new congestion tolls on January 5th to reach the heart of Manhattan. The fees are meant to relieve some of the world's worst gridlock and pollution while raising billions of dollars for important upgrades to New York City's subways and buses. Officials also hope to persuade people to use public transit instead, which is great. Enter the damn city on the subway. You don't need to drive. It's ridiculous. If the facts on the ground have not changed, then you have an extra high burden of justifying a reversal of this is a law professor speaking. They can't just say, "Sorry, we changed our mind." They have to explain why. The federal government granted final approval to the program, the first of its kind in the United States, on November 21st, after Mr. Trump had been elected for his second term, but before his inauguration. Right? It's a fee of $9. Like, the original plan was supposed to start in June, if I remember right, and then they started a deeply discounted version. Like, it's supposed to be, like, I think 3 times $9, but it's $9 to enter the streets south of 60th Street. I said 61st. I was almost right. The program is designed to generate needed revenue for mass transit. I kind of already said that. While running for president, Trump said that he planned to halt the tolling program if elected, because he's mad at New York, right? I want to just show you, though. We don't need to read
today. The U.S. Department of
This is the governor of New York, and she made this video yesterday.
Today, the U.S. Department of Transportation emailed us a letter from Secretary Duffy announcing their attempt.
Secretary Duffy, a washed-up D-list reality star from Real World Road Rules, who knows nothing about transportation. And are we at 4 plane crashes now on his watch? Trump told him to cancel this program, and he wrote a letter that makes largely no sense.
To end the congestion pricing program in the state of New York. At 1:58 p.m., President Donald Trump tweeted, "Long live the king." I'm here to say New York hasn't labored under a king in over 250 years. You sure as hell are not going to start now. I don't care if you love congestion pricing or hate it. This is an attack on our sovereign identity, our independence from Washington. We are not subservient to a king or anyone else out of Washington. So this is the fight we're in. We're fighting for our residents, our commuters, our riders, our drivers, our emergency personnel. Life has gotten better for those who have asthma, people with illness. That's who we're fighting for.
And what happened to states' rights, brother? Oh, states' rights are only if you're trying to oppress brown and black people and stop them from voting or stop women from making decisions about their bodies. Then we send it back to the states, right? If you're just making decisions about transportation in your state, then Trump's rights, brother. It makes no sense. Can anybody make sense of this? 99% of conservative theory was built on states' rights, brother. And it's so surprising. It turns out they're just liars and hypocrites. Grandma, thank you for subscribing for a month. You're the best. And I appreciate all your comments and your support, just so you know. Thank you guys for doing your heart me's. We're almost to 500K. Can we tap the screen and get to 500K? And Kathy Hochul, by the way, she still hasn't made a decision, but if you don't, I'm just going to remind you of the biggest Trump corruption. We've had 4 federal prosecutors from the Southern District of New York resign, and they say they sat in meetings where a quid pro quo was discussed, that they were going to drop the charges against Eric Adams in exchange for him helping them with their mass deportation in New York City. The Southern District of New York is one of the most reputable places, federal, where U.S. attorneys work. 4 of them resigned and said, I can't work here. I sat in meetings where they openly talked about dismissing this case. And not only that, the head prosecutor came out and said, I've seen evidence, this guy's guilty. I don't want to say I told you so, but a lot of people were like, why are you reading these why did you print 75 pages of Eric Adams' court case? And why are you making us listen to you read them? Because I said he stole $10 million of taxpayer money. There is a paper trail. It's undisputed. If you know, there's a reason the federal government has a 98% conviction rate. They don't bring cases they can't win. This man has text message trails, wire fraud. This man, people from another country to give him a bunch of money. Then he got straw donors, particularly Turkish people who actually were citizens, to pretend the money was coming for them. And then he used a match program that's taxpayer dollars to match that money times 8, which adds up to $10 million he defrauded New York taxpayers of. And I just want to be clear. Here's how you know Eric Adams is guilty. Many people have pled guilty in this case. People that were going to be witnesses against him. People are going to jail over this. It's the same thing that happened in Trump's first term when Trump was unindicted co-conspirator 1, and you can't prosecute a sitting president. So Michael Cohen went and sat in jail for Trump. Same thing in the Matt Gaetz case for child S trafficking. Joel Greenberg is doing 11 years in jail. The guy that was just providing the people. I don't want you to think nobody. Sorry, that's not me. It just keeps clicking out. It's the weirdest thing. Joanne, thank you so much for the $50. You don't know what that means to me. Thank you for the education so I can stay aware. Thank you. Thank you for supporting me through lots of talking. I appreciate you so much. But so I just want to be clear. That's why I was harping on that Eric Adams case before the election, because I'd never seen that level of thievery and lies. Someone said, oh, a cop is guilty. Yeah, this man, Eric Adams, was a New York City police officer. Exactly. Him and Tom Homan both sitting on Fox News together. Yeah, Eric Adams is disgusting. If anyone can download those court documents, you can see the screenshotted text messages and the transfers of money. If you don't believe me, Eric Adams is guilty. And what Trump is signaling is, hey, there's one set of rules for people that do what I want, and there's one set of rules for people who don't. This is exactly what he did when he got in office the first time, right? The head of the DC office just resigned, which I should tell you guys about that too. Let me find that part because that's also important. First, he cleaned house in the DC he had Bill Barr clean house in the DC DOJ office. Then he attacked the Southern District of New York. It's like clockwork. Same thing, different day. Quite literally. Let me find this. Oh my gosh. And I want to. Oh man, there's so many things to go over in so little time. Oh yeah, and a judge, I should go through all of this stuff. Damn, I wish I had more time. I'm just going to show you something that I think is necessary. I'm going to skip around a little bit, but this is important. You guys are going to love this. This is Rupert Murdoch, right? Republican billionaire who donated to Trump. Trump voters splinter over his rapid shakeup of Washington. There's some things I just need to read to you. They interviewed Trump voters who are like, what have I done? I just need to read you this. Stacey White said she voted for President Trump because she wanted lower prices and to stop the illicit substance from coming into the U.S. Now, with widespread federal layoffs and expected cuts, she worries her family will lose their house if her partner is laid off from his government-adjacent job. At the dialysis unit where she works, staff have started doing drills for what to do if Immigration and Customs Enforcement comes to deport their patients, some of whom are in the country illegally. Quote, when we said safer borders, I was thinking, let's stop the illicit substances from coming into our country, she said. I didn't know he was going to start raiding places. She said she didn't believe he would actually follow through on some of the more hardline policies he touted during the campaign. Quote, now I'm like, dang, why didn't I just pick Kamala? Said 49-year-old Omaha, Nebraska resident, referring to the vice president and last-minute Democratic nominee. Emily Anderson from Duluth, Minnesota, always considered herself a Democrat, but backed Trump. Oh my God, I have to read this. I'm just reading what they said. After Kennedy, RFK Jr., just dropped out of the race. Anderson aligned with Kennedy's Make America Healthy Again. We know Emily can't read. Messaging, she aligned with the Make America Healthy Again messaging, particularly the focus on getting toxins out of food. Kennedy is now Health and Human Services Secretary. Anderson, who works with disabled adults, said Kennedy's government role is the only bright spot, because you can't read, obviously, for a vote she categorizes as the biggest mistake of my life. I have a cousin in Duluth. She is horrified by Trump's focus on deportations and use of Guantanamo Bay to hold migrants. She alleged that Trump has been too focused on ridiculous, flashy moves, such as banning paper straws and renaming the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. Her daughter's occupational therapist has stopped taking new patients over fears the practice will have its federal funding dry up. Quote, I feel so stupid. Guilty, regretful, embarrassed is a huge one. I am absolutely embarrassed that I voted for Trump, said Anderson, 30. FAFO. Like, does anyone feel any pity for these people? And again, it seems to me the message here is, I didn't know this would affect my life. Yeah, it is affecting your life, lady. And this, again, thank you. This is from the Wall Street Journal. This is Rupert Murdoch's rag. Actually, the Wall Street Journal has been doing some real reporting. I will admit that. I'm not opposed to admitting that. About a third of Americans support all or most of Trump policies. 33% is nothing. I'll show you this. And they were quoting Pew Research Center, which I love. Meanwhile, 17% of those surveyed say they support some of what he is putting forward. 47% of Americans oppose all or most of his plans. That survey had Trump with a 51% disapproval rating, with 47% of Americans saying they approve of the job he's doing as president. They got it right. And if you want to screenshot this and look up the survey, the Wall Street Journal, this is from the Pew Research Center. It's real. I love the Pew Research Center. This is where they're getting this research from. But I was shocked that they actually did something real. And you can screenshot this. This is a graph of kind of what they're talking about. 51% very strongly disapprove or not strongly disapprove, right? And then not strongly approve or very strongly approve is 47. So when Trump is saying that he has the approval of the country, he does not. And even Rupert Murdoch is having people report on that. Oh, these are important. Kyle Cheney, if you don't know, he's the head of not legal, like their legal department, but legal journalism for Politico. You know, Politico. I always say, follow the journalists you like. I highly suggest everyone follow Kyle Cheney because he's amazing. And he's the head of. So all of these Doge court cases, Kyle Cheney reports on in real time. And once you read Politico articles, you'll notice his name. If it has to do with legal, often he is at least one of the authors of the article. So he in real time is going through court documents and reporting on these Doge cases. I put this in the Discord earlier because it was so gross. An emergency legal effort is underway to bar the Trump administration from deporting a family who fled the Taliban. Again, these are people we helped get out of Afghanistan who are being deported. 3, oh man, I'm going to have to read you the court document because it doesn't do it justice, who fled violence in Ecuador and Brazil, and 1 who fled torture in Egypt. All are seeking asylum and say Trump admin won't let them apply. So this is a new lawsuit as of this morning that he was reporting on. Oh, sorry. I guess I wrote that twice. I just have to read. I'm going to try to read this without getting banned. I just want you to know who Trump is denying. Plaintiffs AM and ZA fled Afghanistan with their 2 young children. They fear persecution by the Taliban because of their political views and perceived support for the United States. To escape horrific violence and kidnapping by her former partner, a police officer who called her anti-indigenous slurs while raping her, beating her, and holding a pew-pew to her head, and fears that he will unalive her if she is removed from America. Plaintiff BR survived kidnapping, rape, and torture by a cartel in Ecuador. This is where I used to live. She fears the cartel will unalive her if she is removed. Plaintiff GA faces severe domestic violence or unaliving if she is removed to Brazil. And Plaintiff MA was repeatedly jailed and tortured in Egypt by the ruling dictatorship because of his pro-democracy views and fears he will be tortured again if removed. This is why asylum exists. We root out the cases that aren't extreme, but this is why asylum exists. If anyone is confused, they're denying people due process and the rights to even understand what their rights are. If we're not going to help these people, who should we help? It's absurd at this point. This is also from this morning. The Catholic bishops. Finally, the Catholic Church is doing something good. They're Catholic bishops who are suing Trump over suspension of refugee admissions. Good. Even though our tax dollars have to fight all these lawsuits, which is sickening. But please do. Oh, I don't know why this yellow mark is here. And this is, again, a Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. So remember, there was a judge in Washington who temporarily blocked Trump trying to end birthright citizenship. Well, the Ninth Circuit is the Court of Appeals over that court, and they heard the case yesterday, and they 3-0. There's even a Trump appointed judge on that appeals court, and they all agreed 3-0 to continue blocking Trump's bid to end birthright citizenship. Even though the Trump appointee, which makes no sense, she agreed with the majority, but she wrote her own opinion. I feel like she feels like she needs to say something, right? And she basically said, too many judges were deciding cases on an emergency basis, fueling perception we are politicians in disguise. No, anybody can file a case, and then you have to hear it and give your legal opinion. You have to judge or give your legal opinion, lady. Which, by the way, again, this Trump appointee agreed with the majority. She just had to say this BS, like, on her own to prove that she's not for it. And if you want to read more about the appeals court upholding like the injunction to stop Trump ending birthright citizenship, this would be the article that you read. Or follow Kyle Cheney, because he's great. The other one I wanted to show you, one of the things that worried me most, and we said this transgender executive order, that basically ended the recognition of transgender people in the United States, would most affect prisoners. Well, a judge, a Reagan appointee, Royce Lamberth, has granted a preliminary injunction against the Trump administration, barring the transfer of 3 transgender inmates to men's prisons, which, if you can think what would happen if that transfer happens, they would not be safe, and I would be very worried. But a preliminary injunction was granted by a Reagan judge, so they're not going to be moved. And these are the things we need to watch, because these are human rights violations. Oh, sorry. I wanted to just show this. And then the other one I wanted to show you. Oh, this is what I was saying. This is what I was telling you guys. This is the U.S. attorney. Was her name Danielle? In a 3-page letter to U.S. Attorney Ed Martin, and we'll get into who he is. He's a Trump sycophant who funded the Stop the Steal crap. He's now basically in charge of the D.C. office. This is, like I said, this is exactly what happened in Trump's first term. He had Bill Barr clean house at the D.C. DOJ and then did the same at the Southern District of New York. In a 3-page letter to U.S. Attorney Ed Martin, Chung recounted what she said was escalating pressure to launch criminal proceedings, which concluded when Martin demanded her resignation for refusing to sign a letter claiming there was sufficient evidence. So just like what happened in the Southern District of New York, this woman's resigning saying, they're trying to force me to bring a case, there's no evidence. And I'll show you the article. If you want to read about this and what it's about, this is the article. Senior prosecutor in Washington quits, citing pressure to... They're trying to launch an investigation into whatever, funding issues that have to do with climate crisis. And she's like, there's no evidence. I refuse to launch this investigation and I'm resigning. This is what's going on. Yeah, she has ethics. Sad to lose her, because now they'll just get another sycophant in place who doesn't have any ethics. Keep tapping the screen. I appreciate you guys so much. Oh, and this is what I wanted to show you guys. What to know about Ed Martin. This is the guy now in charge of the DC office, the DC DOJ. The right-wing activist, Trump to be DC's top prosecutor. He's a wacko. Shocker. Within hours of becoming interim U.S. attorney for D.C., Ed Martin swiftly used his powers to dismiss pending January 6 related cases. Then he fired prosecutors who were involved and launched an internal review to hunt for possible misconduct. He also publicly allied with Elmo and offered to file charges against anyone who threatens members of his team in the so-called Department of of government efficiency. He was not supposed to be in charge of the DC office. He was just the interim. And then he just did this wacko audition for Trump, and Trump's like, let him stay. The person who was supposed to be in charge isn't going to be in charge. But I wanted to show you guys this. Martin, who was briefly a CNN contributor in 2017, was an organizer in the Stop the Steal movement. That's Trump saying the election was stolen from him in 2020. He also assisted in financing the January 6th speech of Trump at the Ellipse that started the riot at the Capitol. Oh, shocker. How many people in Trump's cabinet have we traced back to that rally? He tweeted later that day, while the U.S. Capitol was being violently breached by Trump supporters, Martin posted to Twitter saying, quote, I'm at the Capitol right now. ABD, I was at the POTUS speech earlier. Rowdy crowd, but nothing out of hand. Ignore the hashtag fake news. Huh. Later, Martin worked as a defense attorney for some people charged in the January 6th riot. He went farther than other senior Trump officials like Vice President J.D. Vance and FBI Director nominee Kash Patel by backing mass pardons for rioters convicted of assaulting police, even the ones who assaulted police. Cool. And this is another one. This is overnight. Truth Social, Donald Trump's media company, filed a lawsuit, right? President Donald Trump's executive order, citing President Donald Trump's executive order, sues a Brazilian judge. So again, if you don't know, Trump did another coup in Brazil, right? We know Jason Miller went to Brazil. We know Trump met with Jair Bolsonaro, the one who did the coup. We don't, like all of this has been traced back, like the connection. Steve Bannon is another one who was connected to Jair Bolsonaro. Well, now Trump media is suing the Brazilian judge who is involved, well, they say, in the political persecution of Donald Trump's political ally, right? Yeah. Oh, he's been at Mar-a-Lago multiple times. He lives in Orlando now. He's been expelled from Brazil. He can't live there. He's hiding in Orlando. Like his kids hang out with Trump's kids. Like, oh yeah, you can look all this up. Like I've reported on it before, but yeah. But here's the funny part. So they filed this lawsuit. The Trump media lawsuit against a Brazilian Supreme Court justice has been assigned to Charlene Honeywell, a senior judge appointed by Barack Obama. That's unlucky. Unlucky. She might just follow the law. Sucky. Anyways, I just realized how late it was. It is 5:36. That is super, super late. So I think I need to end there because, man, this has continued for longer than I intended it to. I love you guys so much. Oh, I guess only 4. Oh, yeah, I started late. It was only 4 hours and 16 minutes. For a second, I was thinking I've been live for like 5.5 hours. I know. Sorry, guys. I will just continue this tomorrow. I'm going to look into CPAC and then a bunch of other weird stuff I saw happening today. There will be no shortage of BS to look at tomorrow. I love you guys. Thank you so, 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 so much for the support today. You guys are amazing. I shall see you guys tomorrow and hopefully on time. 11:30 Pacific time, 2:30 Eastern. Who should we raid though? I'm trying to remember to raid people. Who is live right now? Is anybody? I know I need to I should just sleep till tomorrow. I just cannot shake this lung disease. Oopsie, sorry. I'm trying to check who's on live. Does anyone have anyone? Johnny? Oh, is Johnny? Wait, Johnny, what is his last name? Like Paul Mendesa? Is that who you're talking about? I love him. Oh, yeah. He is live. Oh, I can't go on people's lives because I'm live. I just want to look up his name so I can someone put his name in the comments for anyone that doesn't follow him? It's Paul Medessa. I love him. He is so funny. If you guys don't know who Johnny Paul Medessa is, let me look up. Can someone put his handle in? It is, I'm looking it up right now. It is the at Johnny Palmadessa, literally. So JOHNNYPALMADESSA. If you have never met him, he's so funny. He's hilarious. He just talks shit to idiots all day long. Is he mellow today? I know. Go follow it. Tell him Felice said hi. I haven't seen him in a while. I want to ask him to be on the People's Receipt sometime. Tell him Felice said hi. And I'm going to message him. I miss him so much. I haven't seen him for weeks. Definitely go raid Johnny's live. I will see you guys tomorrow at 11:30 Pacific, 2:30 Eastern. Don't change for anyone. Later.